All right, go ahead, Marty.
All right. All right, good morning, everyone. We are reconvening in the case of Amtrak's application under 2308E to operate on the Gulf Coast line. We are still in the middle of the opening case by CSX and us. Before we call the next witness, I want to deal with I know that staff spoke with counsel for all parties yesterday. Here's where the board members are. We are intent on completing this hearing expeditiously. The board members, who have, like everybody else, extraordinarily complex and busy schedules, have rearranged schedules and are prepared to cancel meetings so that we can have trial days of next Monday, the 11th, and Thursday, the 14th, and the following Monday, the 18th and 19th, which, when added to be 5 more days of trial, which by my estimation, albeit optimistic, ought to be able to be enough to complete this case. I may be off, it'll take 6 days or 7, but I'm optimistic 5 should do it. I understand some counsel have some resistance to that, so I'd like to put this out for discussion and find out where we stand on the 11th, 14th, 18th, and 19th. Does anybody want to speak up?
Mr. Chairman, I think from CSX's perspective, those dates work, but I will let other parties speak to that, because I do understand that other parties have issues with those dates.
I understand, but I'm just want to take the role here. CSX is okay with all of those dates.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, this is Bill Mullins for Norfolk Southern. Norfolk Southern is also okay with those dates. But again, we understand there might be some other issues, and so we're remaining flexible.
All right. Next.
Mr. Chairman, from Amtrak, I believe Amtrak is fine with the 11th and 14th. And I believe we may have, I just need to double check one witness who may not be available on the 18th and 19th, but we could try to rearrange to make that happen. But otherwise, those dates are okay with Amtrak.
Okay. At least the port.
Yep. So the April the 11th is unavailable for us. There will be multiple members of the port's council and port representatives that are not available on April the 11th. We were aware, by the way, of this proposal as of yesterday. Mr. Chairman, we explained to your staff very clearly that we were not available that day, cannot be available that day regardless. The 14th, we're in the same situation. The 18th is the same situation. And the 19th, we're unavailable. The port has its board meetings during that time, and they cannot be available at all during the 19th as well. We proposed, in the interest of providing you a consistent and thorough open slot, to be available throughout the beginning of May, from May 2nd to May 20th, any day and every day between those. So we looked to see what we could do to provide you with as clear a block of time, pick and choose from those, from May 2nd to May 20th. But we cannot, the dates you've offered, we appreciate that you've offered them. From May 11th, May 14th, 18th, and 19th, we explained to your staff yesterday, we cannot do those dates.
Mr. Wimbush, who's not available on the 11th?
If you'll allow me some time to get back to my client on this one, we spoke to them a couple of days ago about the dates, and I can give you the litany of explanations for each one of those if you'd like, but you'll need to give me a few minutes to do that.
I would do that because your witnesses aren't going to be on the 11th or 14th. I anticipate that CSX's and Amtrak's witnesses are going to take up today. I'm sorry, not Amtrak, NS. Certainly all of today, and if we went Monday, all of Monday, and probably the 14th, we could get a lot of work done where your witnesses wouldn't be on the stand. And I don't know how many lawyers are on the team here, but there'll be one lawyer who could represent the port just on the examination if necessary, on much, which I'm not being critical of, that's your strategy so far on the railroad's witnesses. But it seems to me,
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, let me just.
if clients need to be there, they could listen in remote. So, you know, there's a great deal of organizing to get this done. So I really want to know who's not available and why they're not available.
All right, let me
And
start with the 11th.
whether their schedules, like everybody else's, can be modified. That's the question.
Okay,
So
let me start with the 11th, Mr. Chairman. Let me start with the 11th. The 11th, I will be in California personally attending my grandmother's 102nd birthday. That's why I cannot attend that day. And I cannot tell her that I'm not going to be attending her birthday because of a work commitment that wasn't previously scheduled. I appreciate that the board members have done what they've done, but I don't know if there will be other birthdays beyond her 102nd birthday. But that's why I can't be there on the 11th. And I endeavored to explain that with your staff. I understand that my witnesses will probably not go that day, and you've essentially made that commitment. But that's my reason for why I can't go on the 11th, since you've asked. Now I will check back with my. I've said that, by the way, for the 19th. The one other one I know is that the port has its board meeting scheduled that day. I'm sorry, what else do you have?
well,
The 18th is also that way? 18th is board day. Sorry, I'm consulting with Mr. John Driscoll, the chief executive of the port, who's immediately to my right, your left, as you're looking to me at the screen. And what did you tell me, Mr. Driscoll? 19th is the board conflict. The 19th is the board conflict. 18th is. Okay. Okay. Probably. I'm going to mute you for just a moment.
Mr. Wimmish, if you'd like to take a recess to consult, I have no objection to that.
Thank you. Let's recess for just a few minutes. We're exploring the possibility of making an adjustment in the middle of this.
All right, let me just say a couple of things. Your grandmother's 102nd birthday was pre-scheduled, obviously, and I think everybody would defer to your right to be there. But I am wondering, you have co-counsel. If co-counsel can't be present at the hearing and ask whatever questions need to be asked of the witnesses, it would be there on Monday. That seems to me to be reasonable. So I'd like to explore that. As to the ports having board meetings, you know, the ports, we respect everybody's meetings, but the ports asked to intervene. We gave them leave to intervene, and it seems to me some representative could be present. I'd like you to explore that. Putting this case off for a month. Everybody else has complex schedules in May. It's not just your availability, and that is a long time in between sessions. So take it's 9:45. You want to convene at 10 a.m.
That's perfectly fine. That's more than. I'm sorry. You can hear me. That's perfectly fine. I'm sure that's more than enough time.
All right. Why don't we do that? While you're off, I'm going to consult with board members about their availabilities and how we want to respond to this. But if we could get those 4 days, we may be able to get the evidence done. I would really like to get it done. We'll recess until 10 a.m. Eastern. Thank you. All right, Matt, are we back?
Yep.
Okay. Rob?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think that we've gone through some of these dates again, and we've approached this, I think, in the spirit of the way that we probably would have liked to have seen discussions among the parties go before this litigation. So in a spirit of compromise, here's what we can do. On April the 11th, in addition to my personal commitment, my co-counsel, Jim Hellenhaus, has a pre-existing committed civil trial commitment in another proceeding. Unfortunately for us, April the 11th, it does not work. We do not have the availability.
Are you telling me that he is, I'm sorry, are you telling me he's on trial?
Yes.
Where?
Which court? Which proceeding? Wisconsin State Court, sir.
And, you know, we all know that trials are set and then they don't go. Do we know this trial is going? Is it possible for Mr. Hellenhaus to double check?
Could you?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I just thought I could raise this. My co-counsel, Mr. Donahoe, also has a trial for that week as well, but he has informed me that if you set the dates and actually issue an order, that he will then be allowed to show that to the judge, and that would allow him to get out of that trial. I don't know if that helps for Mr. Hellenhaus or if that is something that would work for him, but that is certainly what we would like to have happen if you do change the dates.
Well, Bill, I appreciate that. It's certainly been my experience in Cook County that if you're on trial in one court, you're not required to start a trial in another court if you're in the middle of one, and we are in the middle of one.
That's our experience as well, and my co-counsel's experience. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
What if we, Mr. Chairman, what if we tried to offer you the morning hours from, say, 9:30 Eastern till noon or 12:30 that day?
Well, it's better than nothing, but what does that have to do with the trial in Wisconsin? I mean, if he's on trial, he's not starting at noon, is he?
What if we looked at the April 15th, Mr. Chairman?
April 15th is Good Friday and the evening of Passover. And I do not think it would be appropriate to require people to be on trial on the 15th. It's okay on my schedule. I think it's unreasonable.
How about April 12th?
One of our board members is not available on April 12th.
We could do April 12th. I mean, we could trade the 11th for the 12th.
I don't think that works.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to interrupt this colloquy. We do think that, you know, we appreciate the board's desire to try to get some dates soon. We share that desire. We think in any events, we're going to need to reserve some dates in early May, because whether we're able to get 4 dates or 3 dates over the next couple of weeks, we're not sure that that's going to be enough given the pace that we're going. So I just wanted to put that in there.
No, Matt, you may well be right. And we should reserve them in case we need them. But I don't want to start from where we are now in the 1st of May. We won't be done until. So this case needs to move.
Well, let's can we hold off on the 11th for a minute here? Let's go to the other dates that we have, Mr. Chairman. As far as April 14th is concerned, counsel for the court can be available on April the 14th. Mr. Driscoll and Mr. Golden are not available for testimony on either of those days. If Now, I know you're pushing very hard to resume this on the 11th. I understand that. That's creating extraordinary hardship for us, Mr. Chairman, extraordinary hardship. We're exploring ways to accommodate that. We can be available, and I told you originally that we didn't think we could be available on all of these days. So I'm asking you to offer some flexibility in exchange for your flexibility on dates that we're available that you're not, to consider the 14th. If we continued on the 14th, although Mr. Driscoll and Mr. Golden are not available on those days, if we were to resume, I have a pretty solid confidence that neither one of them would be called to testify that day.
I agree with
Me,
you. There's no way we'll reach your witnesses by the 14th, even if we do all day on the 11th.
Right. Now, and moving on to the other dates that you've offered, on the 18th, both of our witnesses could, if need be available on the 18th of April. So we've also said there that we will adjust our schedules again in an attempt to compromise, that the 14th, again, we'd be available for council would be. All would be available on the 18th. And as far as the 19th is concerned, Mr. Driscoll has, as a board meeting, he cannot, as a chief executive for the port, cannot miss. But Mr. Golden could be available on the 19th if you wanted to call, or we needed to call him as a witness on the 19th. So we can do the 14th.
Let me ask this question. Could you, if we get there, call Mr. Driscoll on the 18th and then Mr. Golden on the 19th?
Yes, we could.
Yeah, so that could work for those 2 days. So
Yes.
it sounds like of the 4 days we're talking about, assuming we get to your witnesses, we may not get to your witnesses on either the 18th or 19th. We can go ahead on the 14th, 18th, 19th, it sounds like. So of the 4 days I suggested, the 11th is the only one that seems problematical. I'll tell you what I'd like to do. We're losing some time here, but I think we got to get these matters decided. I'm going to take another 10 minutes. I need to consult with board members about scheduling. Mr. Wimbush, I'm not clear why only the morning of the 11th works on Mr. Hellenhouse's schedule. What about the point that Bill Mullins raised, that assuming the board issues an order, which we would have to do to set the hearing, that the trial continues on the 11th? Shouldn't that?
I'm sorry, you're breaking up there a little bit, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. If we set the 11th and these other days for continued trial dates by order, we are, after all, in the middle of a trial. Wouldn't that relieve Mr. Hellenhouse of having to start another trial in a new court, which is the usual approach by most courts? I can't speak to Wisconsin.
I would have to have I'd have to have Jim register in on this one. Like I said, we're exploring what we can do for the 11th. It does create a lot of difficulty for us. And like I said, we're trying to, of the other dates that you had proposed, we're finding ways to compromise around the other three. We'd offered the 12th as a possibility. You say that doesn't work for one of your board members. We could make it work for us. You've explained that you do not want to have the trial continue on the 15th. We would have been willing to do that. We could look at dates beyond that. I'm simply telling you that right now.
Let me ask this question. How do the other people on this call feel about using up any part of the 15th? It's not only Good Friday, it's Passover. And most people need to be headed out by mid to late afternoon on the evening of Passover if they're Jewish, or even if they're not Jewish, if they're observing Passover. So it was my sense it would be unreasonable to impose a trial date on both Good Friday and the eve of Passover. But let me hear from the council, and then I'll talk privately to my board members. CSX, NS, thoughts about Friday, the 15th?
On behalf of Norfolk Southern, I think if it was just the morning, that would work, but we do have religious obligations for many parties, both
Yeah.
Passover and Good Friday service.
Matt? What about you?
I mean, CSX would make itself available, but I do, share Mr. Mullins' thoughts that, it is, that there are individuals who would have religious commitments that they ordinarily would be fulfilling. So
Yep.
it's,
And you know what? I'm already hearing from our staff about the same problem. I don't think Friday works.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Can I ask Mr. Wimbish if he is going to be in California, and given that they're 3 hours behind, if Mr. Hellenhaus would be able to take the morning, would Mr. Wimbish be able to zoom in and to handle the afternoon? Just trying to work something out.
Bill, I think we've talked through this, and we've pretty much made it clear that the 11th is an absolutely difficult day for us to do anything. We are trying to find ways to compromise on this and find ways to give you days that work for us, working around what's been an abrupt change of schedule, particularly after we had a discussion with staff yesterday about this, and apparently that didn't resonate. We're doing the best we can, Bill. I appreciate that. We are trying to be as creative as we can be. Here's the bottom line, is if the board is absolutely insistent that no matter what the difficulties for us, I'm going to be very clear about this. If the board's position is no matter what the difficulties we've explained, they are unmoved by our position on April 11th, and they tell us, you've got to go on April 11th, we don't care what your concerns are, we will be there. Not happily, but we will be there. So Mr. Chairman, if you tell us right now that you want us to be able to be available and participate on the 11th, despite what we've told you, there's really not much more we can do. Some one of us, either me or Mr. Hellenhaus, will be here to participate on the hearing on the 11th. That's and our witnesses can participate remotely. So I'm just leaving that as the bottom line. If you tell us this, we have no choice. We will find some way to accommodate that. That includes me being in California that day, getting up and being available for a trial that begins at 6:30 if I have to. And continuing on in the afternoon somehow if I have to. Or if Jim has to make certain arrangements and possibly have other people try to cover for him at the commencement of the proceedings on Monday, then that's what we will do if we have to. I simply was trying to make a request based on hardships for us in light of other hardships for board members, for example, on the 12th, to see if we could do this. So all I'm saying is, Mr. Oberman, if you feel in your judgment that based on our appeal to you that the 11th is an unworkable day for us, and you understand that, but your decision is we're going to move ahead anyway, well then, that's the die that's been cast. So I just leave it to you. What I can tell you is this: if you order it, we will be there somehow.
All right, I'm going to take another 10 minutes, and then that's the last break we're going to take on this subject. See if I can work this out. It's very hard to do this remotely, and the only way we can do it is to go off screen.
Mr. Chair,
So,
Jesse Amundson for.
yeah, Jesse, I'm sorry, sure.
Just briefly before you break, I just wanted to advise the board and the parties that I did confirm during the break that all of Amtrak's counsel and witnesses are available for all of those dates, except Mr. Fapp is not available on the 18th and 19th, but we would be willing to work with the parties and the board to accommodate to make all of those dates work.
Okay, well, that may not clear if we'll reach Mr. Fapp by that day. You have you have 4 witnesses, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to take a recess. We'll come back at 10:30.
Folks, it's Craig here. Marty will be back in just a couple of minutes here.
Matt, are we back?
Yes, we are.
All right, everybody, it's 10:40. I apologize for the delay, but been able to make a little bit of progress. The member who had some issues on Tuesday is now able to be present for Tuesday, except between hours of 11 and 1 Eastern. So we will meet on Tuesday and we'll end up taking a longer lunch break, but should be able to get a good part of a day in. Thursday seems to work now for everyone, as well as the 18th and 19th. As for Monday, Rob, I hear what you're saying. I'm not interested in creating hardships. I only request that if by the end of the day, Mr. Hellenhaus is able to work out something in Wisconsin so that this is not a hardship, it'd be great to have Monday available because everybody else is available. But if status at the end of today is, as you just described to me, that you could only be there if under great hardship, we will not make such an order for you.
I'm very grateful for that. I'm very grateful for that. Chairman, thank you.
Yeah. I would like to urge him to see if he can work it out, because then we'd actually have 3 days next week rather than 2. But if he can't, he can't.
I would also suggest, if it's something worth considering, that while I don't know that I'm holding up much hope for the 11th, we'll certainly consider that as the day unfolds. We could also, we'd be willing to start these proceedings earlier in the day. For example, on the 14th, the 18th and the 19th, start them earlier, allow them to run longer. That includes today. We could run longer by an hour. I know that my witnesses who are not going to be going today will have to leave earlier than that, but council can stick around longer. We could make up for some lost time that way as well, Mr. Chairman.
It's worth the consideration. It's something that I have to discuss with my board members. And as some of you may know, we have a very large number of our staff members who are very much involved in this case and are monitoring these hearings. So there are a lot of people involved with that schedule, but it's a reasonable idea to pursue. So we will pursue that in the meantime during the day. So with that, that will be the order of the board for at least next week. I do think at a minimum, we should also set May 2, 3, and 4 now as days for this trial so that they're there locked in for everybody. Assuming we get there, it sounds like we're likely to get there. The rest of April after the 18th and 19th, can you hear me? My computer is.
Can hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Can you hear me? Okay, because it's going in and out. The rest of April is quite complex, but depending on where we are on the 18th and 19th, if it's finding one day someplace, maybe we can find it. But if not, we will at least have May 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. So that will be the order going forward, subject to any possible flexibility for the 11th by the end of today, under the conditions I suggested, to avoid the significant hardship Rob was describing. With that, unless anybody else has anything to say on this subject, let us proceed with your next, who I see has been patiently waiting for us.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, Richard. One issue to raise, we will work around it. I did want to put on the record, our witness, Mr. Guthrie, is not available on the 18th. We learned during the break. As we get closer to that, we will find a way to work around that, whether it's letting the port go out of order or when we're at that place, we will figure out a way to keep things moving. But I did want to put that on the record.
All right, thank you. I was hoping we'd get to Mr. Guthrie before then, but we may not.
Okay.
All right. So is your witness ready?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. CSX Norfolk Southern, call Hannah Ross.
Ms. Ross, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Proceed.
Thank you. All right. Hannah, would you please introduce yourself to the board?
My name is Hannah Ross. I'm the former Director of Network Modeling and Service Measurements at CSX. Currently, I'm working as the Technology Director at Cyclone International.
Hannah, have you ever testified before?
I have not.
It's the first time for everything. Could you please describe your educational background?
Absolutely. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Statistics and a Master's of Science in Management, both from the University of North Florida.
Could you describe your work history after receiving your bachelor's degree?
I worked at Johnson & Johnson Vision Care for approximately a year as a statistician. Then I came to work for CSX for over 8 years. And lastly, I started working at Cyclone this year in January.
So when did you leave CSX?
September of 2021.
And why did you leave CSX?
After the birth of my second child, I wanted to transition to part-time work, and that unfortunately wasn't an option here at CSX.
So what positions did you hold during your time at CSX?
I worked as a service measurements analyst, manager of performance analysis, manager of network modeling, director of network modeling, and finally a director of network modeling and service measurements.
So could you describe briefly what your responsibilities were in those roles?
Sure. So in regards to the network modeling, my primary responsibilities were to develop and oversee RTC models in-house, primarily serving analysis of constrained corridors and infrastructure solutions, operational changes, and also supporting CSX in passenger studies.
And by RTC, you mean rail traffic controller?
Yes, that's correct.
And you just mentioned that you worked on, passenger studies. Can you give any details of some of the passenger related projects that you worked on?
Certainly. So most recently, I supported CSX in the CSX State of Virginia deal. I also supported CSX in the DC to RVA modeling work, the 2016 Gulf Coast study, the 2020 Gulf Coast study, Tri-Rail, MARC.
Have you ever participated in an STB proceeding before?
I have. I supplied data inputs and some model validations for total petrochemicals and consumers.
Right. So in this proceeding, Hannah, what was your role in the developments of what we've been calling the 2021 Gulf Coast RTC model that CSX and NS have put into evidence?
Myself and the team supplied the data inputs for the model and also validated the CSX operations.
Okay. So you testified a moment ago that you used RTC in your various roles at CSX. Could you talk a little bit about what you used RTC for at CSX in your day-to-day job?
Sure. So I was responsible for maintaining the .train files and the infrastructure files for corridors that we studied frequently due to fluidity questions, operational changes such as directional running, alternate crew change locations, and evaluating infrastructure solutions.
All right, I'm going to pause you right there, but could you describe what is a .train file?
A .train file is one of the inputs, or the primary input, I should say, for RTC in regards to train and non-train activities on the corridor and study.
Mm-hmm. And so how do you create a .train file?
It's quite complex. We start by collecting a number of electronically collected sources. And then those sources are woven together to create a kind of first pass, if you will, at a .train file. And then through an iterative process with support from the field in terms of validating train movements and also supplying information about other activities that are not present or clearly available in the electronically collected sources. They supply information about how to model those activities as well.
Is it important for the .train file to reflect real world operations?
Absolutely. The entire purpose of constructing a model is to support the business. And so the .train file needs to match reality.
Okay. So when you were working on RTC modeling for CSX and working on .train files, why was CSX typically doing that, and to your understanding?
So we use the modeling to evaluate infrastructure solutions. Those are long-term investments in the network. So we would analyze those corridors and propose solutions, working with the teams. Also looking at directional running options and crew change locations.
Would you say that most of the work you did on in developing RTC modeling was for litigation purposes, like in cases like this one, or for business purposes?
Business purposes all the time.
So let me ask you this, Hannah, when you're doing a new RTC modeling project, did you typically create a .train file from scratch every time?
No, they are extremely time consuming to build due to the amount of detail that goes into those .train files. So we maintain all of the .train files and infrastructure files in organized libraries. And as updates are needed due to internal studies, we would dust those off, if you will, and run the models off of those.
Okay, what would you do to update the files?
So there are 3 primary electronically collected sources that we would pull. The first of those is what's called our train profile data. This contains high-level trip route information for a lot of the trains on the study corridor, not all. I'll get into some of that. Some of that information would contain origination, destination, crew change locations, pickup set-off activities, train size information, et cetera. But at a very, very high level. For example, it may say there's a crew change at Mobile, but it doesn't tell you where that crew change is actually happening in Mobile. The next source that we pull is OS data. On station data is what the OS stands for there. This is going to be movement information at each OS point along the route for when a train hits that OS point the first time. And just to explain it, an OS point is, at its simplest, a point where the train could move onto like a siding, for example, diverge into another track. So we pull that to get a more clear picture on model entry exit times and movements throughout the corridor. Similarly, we pull a third data set called dispatch data. This data is sourced directly from our dispatch system. It's very similar to the OS data, except it's one layer deeper at the track circuit level, but again, supplying a lot of the same information. It's generally more useful when we're trying to look at smaller movements. And so those are the primary electronically collected sources. There are some other ones, such as our GPS data, but I don't necessarily pull that in the same way that I pull the other sources. We have a proprietary tool at CSX where I can go and visually watch, the locomotive pinging around where it's available.
Okay, thank you. So just to make the record clear, that the 3 sources are the train profile data, the OS data, the dispatch data. Sometimes you consult other things. Are those electronic data sources typically enough to construct a .train file that reflects real world operations?
Unfortunately, no. There are a lot of cases where those sources simply either miss movements, miss trains, or they don't supply enough information to correctly simulate those trains. For example, none of those sources would explain how a local works a customer. For example, the local may pull up, cut its power away, pull forward, back into the customer's facility, get the cars, pull forward back into the cut that it left on the line. And it may have to cut its power off again to work its way around to the other side of the train and then depart. None of those sources explain that activity at all. Those sources also wouldn't contain, excuse me, high rail movements, which I think we started to talk about here in this proceeding. It's not going to contain a lot of yard activities that are kind of occupying yard leads or, even mainline, simply because those movements aren't passing control points or, anything that's kind of dispatcher controlled. It's not going to contain blocks of cars for, the reasons they're not a train, and those sources are primarily focused on trains. It's also, you can kind of see light engine movements, but not in the way that we're going to kind of think about them here. So there's a lot that those sources aren't going to provide a modeler with.
Okay. So how do you get information about those things that don't show up? Like the examples you were giving, light engine movements, blocks of cars, things that wouldn't show up in the train profile data or the OS data or the dispatch data. How do you find out what's actually happening?
Sure. So with every model, we always interview the field for those specific areas. So we'll talk to the terminal to understand if there's customers that are served close by to the terminal to capture any of those movements. We'll talk to the train managers responsible for the line to understand how locals were customers. Same thing, they'll supply us with information on any other mainline occupancies that we're missing. Another one that I should have mentioned earlier is also any sort of foreign cross traffic that would block our ability to proceed on the main line. So these come from the field because they are the experts of this information.
Okay. So just to step back and thinking about how the RTC model works and how the dot train file works. So does the RTC model know and the dot train file, if you've got a full merchandise road train and you've got a block of cars and you've got a high rail movement, does it know how to tell the difference between those different kinds of capacity occupying activities?
Yes, the dot train file knows the difference between all of the different trains or non-trains that are in there. There are fields that identify, types of these movements that tie ultimately to priority dispatching decisions, and also, the movements themselves. High rails, for example, they're only going to be on the track for a short period of time, for a short distance, whereas the train file knows that the merchandise train is going to traverse, the entirety of the segment.
So, Hannah, at this point, I'm going to ask you to talk about some of the criticisms that Amtrak has made of the modeling done in this case, and particularly the trains included in the dot train file. And I might pause for a moment to see if there are any questions from the board about Ms. Ross's work.
I have a quick question, if I might. Ms. Ross, just very briefly, let me ask you, how often do you update the dot trains? You said that it usually comes with updates. How often do you do that?
Sure. So these corridors are studied quite frequently. So really, whenever the question is kind of raised about, for example, like the Southeast corridor, so fairly regularly, several times a year, I would estimate.
Okay. And when you were describing the different types of, you said like when like the local takes its engine off and backs up, you said that it doesn't really, that's not really a train, or there's like when you have cars there, that's not really a train. How do you define train in your when you're making those calculations? What is a train to you?
That's a great question. So a train, and the way that we would think about it, is a locomotive, crew and set of cars, if you will, that share generally the same origin, destination, and kind of main stops along its route, and then also the typical freight that train carries.
Okay, thank you.
Matt, I just had a question because right at the beginning of Ms. Ross's testimony, my Zoom was in and out a little bit. Could I just want to be clear on her role in this case. Do I understand you were contracted directly with CSX as an outside contractor, but your role was to get the data over to the modeler, to RL Banks, in effect? Is that the relationship there?
So at the onset of the 2021 study, I was still an employee of CSX. I was the director of network modeling service measurement. So I oversaw the data input, supply, and assumptions for the model, in addition to the dot train file that was supplied at the time. In September of 2021, that's when I left CSX, but I remained with CSX as a consultant, but not an employee.
But your role was to get the data, and I'm not a computer person, but I was following along, to be at least one of the places of supplying data to RL Banks ultimately. Is that where you fit in? That's all I'm trying to understand.
Yes, that's correct. And that work all occurred prior to me leaving CSX.
So since you left, and as a consultant, what role did you have with RL Banks, if any?
I continued to support CSX in terms of validations, inputs, not that I was pulling inputs, I should clarify there. I was also a member of the clean team, kind of pre and post employment with CSX.
So your role, it sounds like your role is the same as it would have been if you had remained as a full-time employee, but you just had the part-time contractor role. Is that a way to understand it?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks very much. I think Patrick had a question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ross. I want to ask this carefully. I'm going to try not to identify anything about a particular train, because I understand that may be confidential, but if I do touch on anything that's confidential, Matt, I'll count on you to jump in, if that's okay.
Okay.
So I just want to understand the dispatching data a little bit more clearly. Are there examples in the RTC model that show a train leaving a yard at a markedly different time than the dispatching logs would suggest?
So just to make sure I understand the question, you're asking if the RTC model would differ significantly from what you would see in the dispatching data. Is that correct?
Yes, and maybe I'll provide a little bit more. The dispatching logs, you're able to see sort of call time and departure time, the distribution of departure times, right?
Yeah, so you see times where a track circuit is first hit, not to get down into the weeds there.
No, please
but
do.
it's not going to tell you that that's a departure time. It's just going to tell you that that's the time that the train hit that track circuit.
Okay, and the RTC model could show the same.
Yes, you would see generally an alignment between the actuals and what's in the model.
If those two times were off by a few hours, comparing the dispatching logs to the RTC model, what in your experience is the explanation for that? How should the board interpret that?
Do you have a specific example that you were maybe seeing there? It kind of depends.
I do, but it may require us to go into confidential session.
Okay.
So maybe if I could ask you, if you were to see that in the dispatching logs, a train were hitting the circuit at a certain time, and then in the RTC model, it was hitting the circuit a few hours prior. you know, if you were to see that type of scenario, what are the type out of a particular yard? What are the types of causes? What are the types of explanations you might generally expect? And if you can't answer the question without a specific example, I totally understand.
It probably depends on the type of train. If it's a foreign train or a yard train, generally the information that you would see in the dispatch data is incomplete, is the best way to really kind of think about it. Again, the dispatch data is really only collecting information on dispatcher controlled track. And there's a lot of activities that occur within the yard that's controlled by the yard that you would be missing there. So really without seeing the type of train, the train itself, it's hard to kind of answer the question.
Did you, as part of your work in developing the inputs, change any departure times or change when a train might leave the yard or hit the circuit manually, rather than feeding in departure dispatcher logs, for example?
I don't recall a time. Again, the model's purpose is to reflect reality. So if there is such a difference, it would have been because the field told me that as they were watching the simulation, it wasn't matching reality.
Could you just explain that a little bit more?
Sure. So if the field was watching the simulation with me and they saw a train leaving New Orleans at 8 a.m., I'm just going to make up a time here, and you know, traverse the track. If that wasn't consistent with what they would see every single day, like say the train really leaves at 6 a.m. or 10 a.m., or maybe that it varies quite a bit, I would take that input and then align it with the model.
Are there, would your modeling allow for a scenario where a train was consistently departing the yard outside of the observed window?
Sorry, can you ask the question one more time? I want to make sure I heard it
Would
correctly.
your model allow for the RTC to show that a train was leaving a yard consistently at a time that is outside the window in the dispatching logs?
That really depends on the type of train. I'm not trying to be difficult, but it
No,
does
I
depend
don't-
on the
no.
type of train.
Okay.
Again, going back more specifically to the yard trains and the foreign trains, again, the electronically collected information is just not very reliable.
Okay.
For road trains, I'd need to see that to
Okay.
really talk specifically to it.
Well, I wanted to understand the general concepts, and if we have to get into specifics, I guess we can at the appropriate time. But I just wanted to understand how you go about inputting the dispatching data, and I appreciate the information.
Sure. No, it's a great question.
So if there's not anything else, Hannah, I'm good.
Are there any other questions from board members? All right, Matt, why don't you proceed?
Okay, I'm going to ask a clarifying question about the clarifying questions, which is when you say you provided information to the RTC modelers, who are you referring to?
Mark Dingler, Larry Guthrie, those, and Mr. Banks.
Okay, and where are they all employed?
Mark Dingler is employed at HNTB, and Mr. Guthrie and Mr. Banks are employed with RL Banks.
Okay, I just want to make sure it was clear that Mark Dingler is at HNTB and not RL Banks. So shifting gears, Hannah. So one of the main criticisms that Amtrak's experts have raised in this proceeding is they have said that the RTC model submitted by CSX and NS overstates the number of trains. I think specifically they said that there are 1,265 trains in the model that they don't think should be there. How would you respond to that criticism?
It's inaccurate, and it shows a complete lack of understanding of railroad data and operations.
Just for clarity, Matt, the 1,265 was over a 2-week period, correct?
That's correct.
Yes, I'll let
that
Hannah
you were
answer that.
referring to. Yeah, just so I want to be clear on the record. Okay, thank you.
Yes. All right, Mr. Chairman, I would like to show Hannah a document that I believe it's been previously admitted as Joint Exhibit 41B. These are the JE exhibits. And this is specifically, this is the, well, maybe I'll let Hannah describe it. It is in the, Hannah, it is in that folder next to you. It should be the first document. If you could, you know, maybe for the record, say what you're seeing.
Could you just, well, could you identify it, Matt, so we can see if there's any objection?
Yes, it is Joint Exhibit 41B. I believe it's been previously admitted.
B as in boy?
B as in boy.
Okay.
The rebuttal RTC.
It's what, the rebuttal RTC report?
It is a rebuttal RTC modeling report.
All right, any objection? All right, proceed.
Thank you. Hannah, looking at Joint Exhibit 41B, can you say, tell us what this is?
Sorry, which page?
Or just in general,
Oh,
could you
yes.
describe what the document is?
Yes, of course. This is
Matt, okay, I'm
Yes.
sorry. I think this was previously identified as 40B because that's what I wrote on the exhibit. So
yes.
if that is the case, the record should be corrected for whenever you used it before.
Yeah, I can clarify that. So, Mr. Chairman, our exhibits have both the public version and the highly confidential version. So I believe the highly confidential version is 40B. This is 41B. I'm happy. We did this because I'm trying to keep it in the public session, but it's the same. This is just the public version that was filed.
I got it. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were clear about the exhibit numbers. Thank you.
Yes, that's right. So, Hannah, are you familiar with this document?
Yes, this is the rebuttal RTC report by HNTB and RO banks.
Okay. Did you contribute any information to this report?
I did. I supplied the data inputs and assisted with some of the subsequent analysis in here.
Okay. Did any of that analysis relate to this, train count issue?
Yes, I was the one that that identified Amtrak's experts used an incorrect data source and misunderstood freight operations and railroad data.
Thank you. Why don't we? Did you talk about that? Did you discuss that input you had somewhere in the record? Let me know if that was poorly phrased question. So let me know if you don't understand it.
I'm sorry, I don't understand it.
Okay. So did you previously submit testimony in this proceeding about these issues?
Yes, in my rebuttal verified statement.
Okay, and for the record, Mr. Chairman, that rebuttal verified statement is Joint Exhibit 40D. Sorry, in the record. So turning back to this rebuttal RTC reports, I'd like to direct your attention to page 15 of the report. It's the page that has figure 1.
Okay, it's page 16 in mine.
Yes, unfortunately we've been dealing with a page numbering issue. So it's okay. 15 and it's the same numbering says 15 and 16 on the same page.
I'm sorry, my Zoom is fading in and out.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, let me know when you hear when you're with us. We're looking at figure 1 of the rebuttal RTC report.
Matt, I have to interrupt just for a second. I am sorry. My Zoom went out just as you were identifying and it rebooted itself. The rebuttal verified statement is exhibit what?
So the rebuttal verified statement is Joint Exhibit 40D, I believe, but we are actually looking at the rebuttal RTC report. And we're sharing the screen from it now, if that's helpful.
Yeah, I understand. The statement is 40D as in David. Is that what you said?
Yes. The rebuttal verified statement of Hannah Ross and Hollyson Cannon is 40D.
Okay. All right. Hopefully my Zoom will stay on and I can follow this, but.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm not hearing you well. I mean, if we'd be happy to take a recess if you need it for technical reasons, or we're happy to keep going.
You know what? Let me see if I can. Let's see if I can get on to this on my phone and at least get the audio. So bear with me for a minute.
Okay, just let us know.
Yep. You know, that's not going to work. So let's just do the best we can. I have to reboot my modem or something. I'm not sure why this is a problem right now, but can you hear me now, Matt?
Yes, I can, Mr. Chairman. We will keep going if you'd like. Let us know if you'd like us to pause.
Let's keep going.
Okay. All right. So Hannah, do you see figure 1 on this page?
Yes, I do. This is the waterfall chart of the source of difference between RTC and actual train counts.
Can you tell us what this figure 1 is depicting?
Sure. It's breaking down and categorizing the number of analytical mistakes that Amtrak's experts made.
Okay. And did you participate in the analysis that led to the development of figure 1?
Yes, I did. I contributed to the incorrect data source categorization, the inclusion of trains that would not be in the data, as well as the counting yard train symbols, not movements categories.
Okay, well, good. So I'm going to ask you about those 3 categories, and we will leave the other 2 for other witnesses. So let's walk through the categories one at a time. That first column where you 295 trains that you've got categorized under incorrect data source. Could you please explain why you believe Amtrak's witnesses used an incorrect data source?
Sure. So the 295 is actually 2 separate mistakes that Amtrak's experts made during their analysis. The first mistake was that they inexplicably used a subset of the train profile data when performing their train counts. That subset of data excluded portions of the network. So that accounts for 173 of those trains. And then the other 122 is, again, for whatever reason, Amtrak's experts failed to consider the other data sources supplied to them, such as the OS data or the dispatch data. And had they done so, they would have seen another additional 122. So the 122 plus the 173 gets you to 295.
So is this explanation that you just summarized, is that in the record already?
I believe so.
Yes.
Matt, I think it's a little confusing to ask this witness what's in the record. Why don't you identify a document if that's where you're heading?
I'll be more specific. Hannah, did you discuss this in your rebuttal verified statement?
Yes, I did.
Yes. Okay. And so to keep things moving, I was not going to go into the details of the rebuttal verified statement, Mr. Chairman, to keep things moving. I was just going to have Ms. Ross refer to it.
Understood. That's,
okay.
As proceed as you see fit. We understand the points here. I think we do.
Okay. All right. So Hannah, let's move to the next category. 582 trains that are categorized as inclusion of trains that would not be in data. What does that represent?
Sure. So at a high level, there's a number of train and non-train activities that are simply not going to be captured in the data. High rail vehicles are one example of those. Light engine movements, blocks of cars, foreign train cross traffic, and yard movements as well.
Okay, so let's sort of go through those categories one at a time. If you could turn to page, I believe it is page 18 and 19 of the rebuttal reports. It's the breakover table 6. And we actually on the screen, so we have that up on the screen now, Mr. Chairman, and we're actually, I think we can put it together so we can see table 6 together. So Hannah, what does table 6 represent?
This is breaking down the trains that would not appear in the electronically collected sources.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to show the witness a demonstrative exhibit that has been marked as CSX NS 150.
This page we're looking at now is in the rebuttal report.
Yeah, yes, it is. This is actually there's a table that breaks across page 18 and 19, and we just put it together to make it a little bit easier to read.
So if I could real quickly, just a point of clarification. So Ms. Ross, when I asked you earlier about how you define trains, so I see here it says train type. But this is not necessarily your definition of trains. As you said, those are just the types of, I guess, movements. Would that be more accurate?
That is accurate. Amtrak's experts claimed that these movements were trains, which is why we put it in quotations.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And I might have a clarifying question. So Hannah, is it fair to say, I believe when you answered Member Primus's question earlier, you said something along the lines of a train, so locomotive with a crew and cars. Is that, what when you were defining train that way, what did you mean? Did you mean train in sort of the conventional understanding of the term, or train for the purposes of a .train file in the RTC model?
The conventional understanding of a train. The .train file contains non-train activities as well.
Okay. Does that clarify things, Member Primus?
Yes, and the .train file, it also identifies those non-train as such, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So Mr. Chairman, I'd like to show Hannah a demonstrative that's been marked as CSX NS 150.
Have you shown this to council?
It was exchanged, yes.
Any objection? None? All right, proceed.
Hannah, looking at exhibit CSX NS 150, can you tell us what this is?
Yes, it's a demonstrative that I put together breaking down the high level categories of trains and movements that are not captured in the data.
Okay, would it be fair to say that this effectively illustrates what we were just looking at in table 6?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thanks. So let's walk through each of these subcategories. Actually, while we're on this screen, at the top of this graphic that you prepared, it says CSX 472 NS 110 equals 582. Can you explain what that means?
Yes, so 472 of these trains or movements are CSX, and then the other remaining 110 are NS, and the two together get you to the 582 that you saw on the waterfall.
Okay, and I am only going to be asking about the CSX side of things. We'll let Ms. Cannon talk about the Norfolk Southern side of things. So let's turn to the next page and start walking through these subcategories. So
Matt, is this still in the same demonstrative?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. It's a multi-page demonstrative. So yes, this is the next page of it.
All right.
Hey Matt, real quick.
Sure.
Just clarification on a previous slide.
Yeah, let's go back, please.
So the foreign 129, who's that assigned to?
Yes, we'll get to that.
Why don't you answer the best you can, Hannah?
That's okay. If you're getting to it, I'll let you go through it. I'm sorry. I thought that was part of the number. So, okay.
Yes. We're going to go through each of these categories. Hannah's going to talk about the CSX, most of these movements and capacity consuming activities of various forms are on the CSX side. So she's going to talk through the CSX categories. And then we get, Ms. Cannon up, hopefully later today, she'll talk about the Norfolk Southern side of things. But we will be getting to the foreign category. All right, so let's go to the next. So this slide, you've identified 126 bridge tender movements. Could you explain, the bridge tender movements?
Sure. So there are four, and let me back up. During 2019, there were 4 movable bridges that required high rail vehicle movements to transport bridge tenders to and from the bridges. 2 of those movable bridges actually share the same high rail vehicle. So there's going to be 3 high rail vehicles that would be occupying track for 3 shifts each day. They're, morning, noon, and night shifts there. So the 3 movable, or the 3 high rail movements times the 3 shifts over the 14-day simulation equals the 126 movements.
Okay, so with those bridge tender high rail movements, would they show up in the train profile data?
No, they will not show up in any of the sources that I mentioned, other than coming from the field.
Okay, so just to be clear, they wouldn't show up in the train profile data, and they wouldn't show up in the OS data or the dispatch data?
That's correct.
But
Matt,
do
do
they?
you mind if I ask a question about the bridge tenders before you leave this subject?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Well, if you were, when you're done, were you done?
All right. Well, so maybe 2 more questions about the bridge tenders. They don't show up in the data, but in the real world, do these bridge tender movements consume capacity on the line?
Yes, they do.
Yes, and I believe you did testify earlier, but I'll just ask you again, that does a bridge tender, movement in the RTC model take up the same kind of capacity as a full merchandise train?
No, it does not. The model knows that this high rail movement is only going to be on the track for a short period of time, for a short distance. And it's short-lived in the model versus a road train, which is going to have to meet and pass lots of other trains along its route.
Okay, and those are all my questions about bridge tenders. So if any members have questions, go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple of questions, Ms. Rossi. There are 3 high rail movements per day at each shift change?
Yes, 3 high rail movements per day, and there's 3 shifts per day.
Right, so it's 9 high rail movements per day?
That's correct, sir.
All right, times 14, is that how we got here?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said that you took into account the 4 movable bridges on the line still require high rail movement.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'm sorry.
There's been discussion in this case about potential for making other bridges on the line. I think there are 4 others, 2 or 4, I don't remember the number, whatever the record shows, that are being considered to be made remote over the next few years. Are you aware of that?
Those discussions and decisions would have happened after my employment with CSX. So I'm only slightly aware.
All right. So it would be possible, would it not, to on a hypothetical basis, take into account in 1 or 2 or 3 years down the road a reduction in the number of high rail movements if the others become remote, and then this number 126 would be less, right?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I gather that's not part of the way the study was done, to look to the future to see what happens if you have more remote bridges and fewer high rail movements.
No, sir. At the time, the high rail vehicles were out there, and there was no kind of end in sight for those movements from a legal perspective.
Well, I don't know if it's your authority on legal perspectives. I'm just trying to understand how the study was done. We'll leave that to the lawyers to argue. But thank you. I just want to be clear on how this works. So thank you much. Go ahead, Matt. Unless there are board members have any questions. All right, Matt, go ahead.
Yeah, well, and I will have one more question on the bridge tender issue. Hannah, how hard would it be for an RTC modeler to rerun the 2021 RTC model, assuming that some of the bridges were no longer required high rail movements?
It's very easy. You would just remove those trains from the .train file and click run.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's move to the next slide. And these are the foreign trains that Member Primus was asking about. Could you
actually could I ask a follow-up question there?
Certainly.
How difficult would it be to basically change any of the inputs on the RTC model? In other words, pick various categories. And I know that's very broad and very vague, but if there would be changes to the model, is it of course a process, or is it something that's so complicated that it would take an enormous amount of time?
So depending on the changes for consideration, if you're talking about simple removals of trains or movements, that's fairly easy to do. If you're talking about large scale scheduling changes, the process is actually more, it's not difficult from an RTC perspective, I should say. That would be more of a decision-making standpoint from a service design question. Does that answer your question, ma'am?
I think so. I guess, and perhaps changes to infrastructure coupled with service changes.
Yes, so those two would be fairly easy to change in the model.
Thank you.
Following up on Michelle's question, Michelle, have you run RTC models or contributed to RTC models that changed inputs, like manually change inputs like train time or train length based on service design?
So in the internal studies, like directional running, for example, yes, we would have changed planned departure times and routes for those trains.
And so in the real world, sometimes when trains are added to CSX, there are changes to those inputs.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
So sometimes in the real world, there are changes to those inputs when trains are added to the CSX-T network.
Is your question outside of modeling exercises?
Well, the modeling exercises that you have contributed to in the past. In other words, I guess what I'm asking is maybe another way to think about it is, if the board were to order the additional trains without any infrastructure, does RTC then have a role in how CSX would think about accommodating those trains?
So I think that decision would be kind of outside of my control. I'm not trying to push back on the question.
Well, I told you, I think you had said earlier that you had worked on other passenger rail additions to the CSX network, or instances where passenger trains were put on the CSX network. In those instances, regardless of whether infrastructure was a part, when those trains were added to the CSX-T network, was the RTC a component of what CSX-T did after to think about how to accommodate those additional passenger trains?
Oh, okay, I understand your question now. No, sir.
So when additional trains in the past were added to the CSXT network, there was never any use of an RTC model to think about how to accommodate those trains?
The model in those cases was performed prior to the introduction of those passenger trains. So there was no post modeling being done there.
And in those instances, were there examples where CSXT ran scenarios that adjusted work events, train times, departure times, train lengths or routing?
And in the passenger studies,
Were those various inputs ever varied? Are you aware of any instance where those inputs were ever varied in past passenger studies you were describing?
not to my knowledge.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, can we put back, if there aren't any further questions? Coming back to the foreign trains, Hannah, I see this, I don't know what this is called, that donut chart. They're two different colors, and one of them is CN, CSXT 17, and the other one is NOPB 112. Could you describe what first, let's start with the CN 17. Could you describe what that is depicting?
Yes, so in the Mobile area, there is a railroad diamond where CN trains cross CSX mainline traffic, but they don't actually touch the CSX mainline. It's a CN owned and operated diamond. And while those CN trains don't operate on CSX track, they block our ability to traverse our own mainline. So those occupancies need to be included in the model. Okay, and those CN trains why don't they show up in CSX's electronic data? Since they don't operate over any of our track, they're not going to pass any of the control points or track circuits. So they don't have the opportunity to show up in the data. Okay. And what about the other category, the NOPB trains? Sure. So those are NOPB movements at the south end of Gentilly. Ricky Johnson the other day walked through their movements more specifically. But those NOPB trains pass over yard controlled switches in Gentilly multiple times per day. Those yard controlled switches aren't captured in the dispatcher data or the control point data because there's no opportunity for them to do so. Okay. Thank you. If there are not any questions, I'll pause for a minute.
Yeah, I just have a clarification. So the CN trains, you said they cross the diamond, but they have an opportunity to, obstruct CSX trains, but they're not reported. Is there? So there's no mechanism within the model you would identify that as part of the run or the system. What's the model?
If your question's about if we have any sources of that information electronically in-house, no, sir, we do not. So as I do with every study, I conduct field interviews, and they instructed me in this case about the CN cross traffic. In this particular case, they told me it was roughly 1 to 2 trains per day, heavier towards the weekends. So I took that input and calculated for Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, it's about 1.5 trains. Tuesdays and Sundays each received a train, and the Wednesdays were half a train. So over the 14-day simulation, you get to 17. I had the field watch the simulation, and they validated it. So that's how we come to the 17. On the NOPB 112 there, the NOPB 8 times per day is hitting those yard controlled switches in Gentilly. So 8 times the 14-day simulation gets you to the 112.
Thank you.
Can you, what does NOPB stand for?
Ooh, the New Orleans. I'm sorry, I'm blanking.
Yes, here,
I'm forgetting on the full name. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'm just trying to understand what trains these are.
Yeah, yes, I think this is in the record somewhere, so I'll ask this leading question. Hannah, is NOPB, could it be the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad?
Yes,
Does that
it
jog
is.
your memory?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and just to clarify after that exchange, I want to make sure when you say that the trains aren't in the data that CSX electronically collects, you're not saying that that doesn't mean they show up in the RTC model, right?
No, they wouldn't automatically show up through the field interviews. They would, as they watch the simulation, they would say, oh, you're missing all of these movements. And that's when we got into those conversations about, well, how many and what are they doing? And so then that information was turned over to the modelers.
Right. And I'll ask a question similar to what I asked a little while ago about bridge tenders. The RTC model knows that, you know, the difference between a CN train that is crossing the diamond at Mobile and, impeding, the CSX line for the time that the crossing is occupied, and putting a full merchandise train on the line. It knows it's able to tell the difference between those events.
Yes, based upon the type and the entry time in the model and the distance it's going to be traveling, the work it's going to be doing, all of that information is there in the .train file for the simulation to make decisions off of.
Okay. So if there are no more questions about the foreign train category, why don't we switch to the next slide of the demonstrative? And that this is an exclusively Norfolk Southern category. So I'm not going to ask any questions about it, Hannah. We'll let Holly talk about it later. And the next category is blocks of cars. And so we have two different colors of the donut now. And I'm not going to ask you to talk about the Norfolk Southern green, but could you explain to the board what those 12 local trains identified on the chart are referring to?
Matt, I just want to, I'm getting sort of lost in all the graphics here. The demonstrative is a way of portraying the numbers that are in the rebuttal, yes. What the rebuttal statement, is that why we're looking at this here? It's just a way of putting it in a visual.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And I think specifically it corresponds to the table 6 that we put up earlier. That's on pages 18 and 19 of the rebuttal report.
Got it. Thank you. Miss Rossi, I was trying, I couldn't catch the name. Thank you.
Sure. So the 12 movements there, the 12 blocks of cars, there is a local that operates 6 days a week, Monday through Saturday on this subdivision. And it's fairly heavy on customer work. At the beginning of its day, it works a rock customer, and then it leaves a block of cars in the Gaucher siding for a period of time. And the train then goes on to work the remaining 4 customers for that day. And then it comes back and picks up that block of cars before it terminates in its yard. So the blocks of cars, they're sitting there occupying the siding during that time. They're not a train, but they are still occupancies that are limiting the ability to utilize that siding. So that's why the blocks of cars are included in this case. The 6 days a week times 2 weeks, because it's a 14-day simulation, gets you to 12.
Okay. And if there aren't any questions, we can go to the next slide. So for light engine movements, again, we've got 2 categories here, one for Norfolk Southern, one for CSX. Why don't we just start by, explain what is a light engine movement?
Sure, it's movements that are only locomotives.
Okay, so can you describe what the 42 CSX light engine movements refers to?
Yes, so on this line up in Montgomery, there are 3 merchandise trains that perform daily engine swaps in Montgomery. So the engine swap movements are captured in the .train file as light engine movements. It's interesting because you actually do see these movements in the electronically collected data, but they are masked by the road train symbol. And it just looks like you're getting pings over and over again in the same OS point there, but that kind of indicates to the modeler that, hey, there's activity going on here. And then you would ask the field, hey, I see these weird pings, these consistent pings in the same location, what's going on here? And that's when I learned that they were light engine movements. And so the 3 merchandise trains that perform this over the 14-day simulation get you to the 42.
After pausing for a moment to see if we have any questions about light engines, what we can turn to what I think is the last page I'll show you, which is the yards. And in here we have a few different colors that are associated with CSX. I'm going to start by asking you about the transflow category. First, could you just explain what transflow is?
Transflow is a subsidiary of CSX that transloads bulk commodities between rail cars and truck. And in this case here, there's a transflow facility in New Orleans that is served by a yard train. And so for the purposes of the model, we treat transflow as a customer here because there is a train that goes and actually works the facility. The facility itself is located within the terminal. And so the movements aren't seen, if you will, by the dispatching data or the control point data because it's not passing over these signals, these track circuits that we would have the opportunity to catch them. The facility is worked 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. So 5 times the 2-week simulation gets you to 10 here.
All right, thank you. And now I'm going to ask you about the blue category, first and second shift yard jobs at Mobile. What is that referring to?
Sure. So there's 2 yard jobs that work every day that are performing multiple headroom movements at the south end of Seibert Yard. They're not going as far out to actually pass by a control point, but they are passing these yard controlled switches that would block the ability for road trains or local trains to enter and exit Seibert Yard. So those headroom movements are then included in the model. The field supplied me with the number of movements. They're performing these headroom movements each roughly 4 times a day. So the 2 yard jobs times the 4 headroom movements over the 14-day simulation gets you to 112. And I think in this case here, the model missed one of those. So only 111.
Okay, so there's actually one fewer train in the model than maybe there should have been.
Yes.
Okay. So do these yard jobs stay in the yard?
They do, but they're coming far out enough to where it's going to block the ability of the road or the local train to get into the yard.
Okay, thank you. But again, these 111 or 112 trains, don't take up the same kind of capacity as a full merchandise train. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So the last category I'm going to ask you about is the salmon, I guess, color yard job at Gentilly.
Yes, so there is a yard job that is performing very similar movements at the south end of Gentilly, headroom switching movements multiple times per day. 3 times in this case here. So the 3 movements for the 1 train over the 14-day simulation get you to 14.
Okay, thank you. Well, and I think that covers the CSX part of the 582 trains and movements that are the kinds of things that don't show up in the data. So I can pause here for a moment before we go to talking about the 174 yard train movements back in.
I would like to ask a couple of questions here, Matt.
Please.
Ms. Rossi, do I understand that for the most part, these 582 trains are ones that the facts about them, the numbers and so forth, were gathered through the field interviews.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Is that right? And who conducted the field interviews?
Myself or an employee of mine.
Pardon me? I couldn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, myself or an employee of mine.
Okay. And is that the norm data for an RTC inputs to get the field interviews to supplement the electronic data?
Yes, every time. Otherwise, the model is not going to be accurate.
So would you say, based on your experience, that anyone familiar with working with RTC modeling would be expected to know that it includes data gathered by these field interviews?
Yes, if they are modeling any freight network, you know, the field needs to be involved to ensure its accuracy.
So, and is the data that you've gathered in the field interview of the data, at least initially before this discovery began in this case, was in the confidential data that was not the granular aspect of it, not provided to Amtrak? We've heard that they couldn't get a lot of this data. Do you know if the data you gathered was marked as confidential or highly confidential?
I can't speak to what was marked highly confidential or confidential, but I am aware that their experts did receive .train files and the data inputs. So they did have this information in some form or fashion.
Yeah, well, and if I could, I think I might be able to clarify this, Mr. Chairman. When you say that their experts got this, are you referring to their experts in this particular litigation?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, you know, there's been a lot of assertions by the Amtrak people, and we'll get to their witnesses, that they weren't capable of getting everything they needed to test your assertions and so forth. Did you keep handwritten notes or any kind of record of your yard interviews? I've been trying to memorize 582 train movements.
No, sir. I did not maintain any notes on those. Those adjustments were put directly into the .train file, or they were supplied to the RTC modelers immediately.
Well, if Amtrak had taken your deposition in this case sometime along the line before the trial started, they have found out what you just told us, how you got there and what the basis of your 582 trains was?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question?
Well, if Amtrak had, I don't know if you're familiar with a deposition, what a deposition is, but if they had sought to question you under oath before the trial, you could have supplied them what you've supplied to us here today in terms of how you got to these, ultimately the whole 1,265 trains, right?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, if they had deposed me more at the onset of this 2021 RTC modeling effort, is your question, would they have received information about these movements? Am I understanding you correctly?
Yes, you could have given it to them, what you gave us here today, correct?
Yes, yes.
And if they really wanted to challenge you in your gathering, I suppose they could have asked you, tell me the name of a person in the Gentile who gave you the information. You could have given them the name of the people you interviewed, correct?
Yes.
And then you don't know the answer to this, but they could have gone out and take the deposition of those people too and say, how did you get to however many yard trains and so forth, right? I mean, in other words, the information you have is traceable if a lawyer wanted to trace it down the line.
I believe so. I can't speak legally though.
Yes, I understand, but factually, somebody could have retraced your steps and got the same information you got.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I take it, they never got a request from Amtrak during that, to your knowledge, you're not, know what the lawyers got. Nobody asked you in this litigation to sit down and provide that kind of data to the Amtrak team.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, I lost my, I didn't hear you, so can you say it again, my Zoom?
Yes. No, not that I'm aware of.
All right, thank you. That was all I had, Matt. I don't know if any other board members have any.
All right. Seeing shaking heads, I will let's go back if we could to joint exhibit 40B and to figure 1 on page 16. And earlier, Hannah, you testified that you were going to talk to us about incorrect data source. We covered that. We just went through the 582 inclusion of trains that would not be in data. And I think the last category you were going to talk about, you said you had knowledge about, was the counting yard train symbols, not movements. So what is your understanding of what that category represents?
Yes. So these trains and movements are visible actually to some degree in the data, but they're Amtrak's experts did not count these because they were assuming that the movements are equivalent to a distinct train count, which is not accurate here.
Okay, could you, if you don't mind, could you try to unpack that a little bit? Yes. So in the case of yard trains in particular here, their movements are so small. And again, like think back to what they're doing. They're performing these headroom movements. So they're just going back and forth and back and forth. And one yard train, for example, could perform, and I'm making up numbers here, 10 movements back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, but it's just one train. Think about, you just gone grocery shopping and you've got this trunk full of groceries. There's only one of you, and it may take you 4 or 5 trips to unload your car. And in this case, there was one you, but it took you 4 or 5 movements to unload your trunk here. That's effectively what has been done here, is we've taken those movements and broken them up into distinct movements in the model. I know I just used movements twice there, but the sum of those movements equal the one train here. So Amtrak's experts incorrectly counted those movements as trains, but in reality, the parts equal the whole here. Was that because they were looking mostly at the yard train symbols?
Yes, I believe so. There's, again, they showed a complete lack of understanding of railroad data here. They assume that the one train is equal to one train regardless of how many times it's going to occupy the main line here and perform in switching movements.
Okay, so if there's one yard train with one yard train symbol, I also don't have a great understanding of how railroad data is collected. But why couldn't you just model the yard train and tell it to go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth in the RTC model?
So as you've alluded to, RTC knows the differences between all of these trains and movements, and it prioritizes and makes decisions accordingly. And in some cases, you can program one train with those 10 distinct movements. And you'll have to ask Mark Dingler this, but I think initially that is what was tried, and what we saw the model was doing was not reflecting real world operations. It was because of priority, it was holding back all of those necessary movements until it could find an opportunity to do so, which would be well beyond the bounds of when these yard trains would have actually been operating. So in order to reflect reality, we had to break up those movements so that the model would allow those headroom movements to occur in the times that they would in reality.
But Amtrak's experts indicated in their reply verified statement that they think that treating yard train movements this way overstated the number of trains in the RTC model. So what's your response to that?
It's incorrect, and again shows a complete lack of understanding. The the individual movements sum up to the overall train and the movements that that train would have done. And it's also important to note here that the yard train movements aren't included in any of the output metrics that are reported.
Okay, so in sum, is there any, from an RTC perspective, is there any difference in how the model would treat modeling the 1 yard train that goes back and forth, or modeling those as discrete movements?
No, it's going to treat them the same. It just allows us to match what was happening in reality.
Okay. So why are there 174 trains in this category?
Sure. So 56 of those are actually the TASD trains in Mobile. There are 4 trains performing crossover moves every single day. So 4 times the 14-day simulation gets you to 56. Then down in Gentilly, there's yet another yard job that's performing headroom switching movements at the north end of Gentilly. And you actually do see blips of this movement because it sometimes does actually cross that control point that, if you remember back to Ricky's testimony, that signal tower that he pointed out, in some cases you do actually see that in the data, but sometimes it doesn't quite go out that far. But the field is able to tell us that it's doing this movement 3 times a day. So 3 times, that train is doing that once per day over the 14-day simulation. So that gets you to 14. And then flipping back over to Mobile, there's again 2 more yard jobs that are performing these headroom movements multiple times per day. And each of those was 56 over the 14-day simulation, the first shift and the second shift. And this is different than the 2 yard jobs that I previously talked about. So the 56 plus the 56 for the 2 Mobile, and I apologize, it's probably hard to follow these numbers here. That gets you to 112, and then the 14 movements from Gentilly plus the additional 56 from this TASD gets you to 182. And then Amtrak's experts only gave us credit for 8 yard trains in the model. So 182 minus 8 gets you to the 174.
Okay, that was a lot of numbers for the lawyers to follow. It's fair to say that some of that analysis is summarized in the RTC rebuttal report.
Yes.
That's right. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And just to repeat that last thing you said, Amtrak's experts only included 8 yard jobs. Let me withdraw that and restate it. According to Amtrak's experts, only 8 of the yard trains that were included in the model they thought were appropriate.
Yes.
And that would be 8 yard trains over an entire 14-day period.
Over the entire corridor.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Rossi, are you, if I could ask, when you are answering what Amtrak's experts did, are you referring to what they said in their verified statements, or what are you responding to?
That's a great question, sir. So after I became a consultant, I was able to review Amtrak's work papers to assist in this analysis.
So when you say what Amtrak's experts did, you're saying you're not talking about their verified statement, you're talking about the work papers they produced.
That, and I apologize, that and what they said in the verified statement, because they do go into some of that detail there.
Okay.
But in terms of, I'm sorry, sir.
No, I just want what you referred to. I didn't mean to cut you off. You said started to say in terms of something.
So in terms of, say, understanding that they used an incorrect data source, that's again, I was able to determine that from the work papers as a consultant.
All right, well, okay, it's the only reason I ask is trying to trace what they said and what you're saying is complicated. And I just want to know what you're referring to. Perhaps Amtrak's lawyers will go that more. If not, maybe we can ask you to identify with more specificity so we can look at what you looked at to say what you just follow it. That's all. So.
And
thank you.
Mr. Yeah, and this, I might be able to clarify a little bit. I mean, this chart and a lot of the numbers we've been talking about, was this, part of CSX and NS's rebuttal evidence?
Yes.
Yes. And at that point in the proceeding, when you're talking about responding to Amtrak's experts, what were you responding to?
Their criticisms of their 257% ghost trains or whatever they called it.
Yeah. And if you remember, do you remember at where Amtrak made those criticisms?
In their verified statement.
Yes. Right. Okay. So I think that the extent, Mr. Chairman, that's what, obviously the rebuttal evidence was responding to Amtrak's reply evidence. And we obviously haven't heard from Amtrak's experts yet, but that, I think that's what Hannah was talking about.
It sounds like, Matt, that Ms. Rossi went further and actually looked at the work papers to see what numbers they were using, and then she conclude the conclusion she just gave us. That's what it sounds
Yes,
like.
yeah,
Right?
yes, I think so. My shorthand when I say evidence, I'm including the work papers as well.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
I had a quick clarifying question.
Yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
I think you indicated that for yard train movements that Amtrak counted those as 8. And I think your model shows 174. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And some of those movements are actually also in the 582, but they are different movements, but the same in terms of smaller movements equaling the sum of the whole train.
Can you speak to the significance of the difference between using 8 versus 174 in the overall outcome, if any?
So without modeling the 8 versus the 174, the differences would be significant because again, these yard trains are blocking the ability for roads and locals to enter and exit the yard there. So without the presence of those, your model is not reflecting operations in reality.
Okay, thank you.
So Hannah, going back to some of your prior testimony, how hard would it be for an experienced RTC modeler to, model the impact of taking out the yard trains?
Very easy. Just as I described with the high rail movements, they could simply just be removed from the .train file and the modelers could click run.
Right. But of course, in the real world, the yard trains are there.
Yes, absolutely.
So Hannah, could you describe any instance in your career working at CSX where you excluded a train from the RTC model simply because it wasn't in the train profile data or the OS data when you had reason to believe that train existed in the real world?
No, the model would not have been accurate and it would have been entirely pointless then. The entire purpose is to support internal analysis that lead to potential capital improvements along the line, infrastructure investments along the line. So when it makes sense to submit a model that wasn't accurate.
And in this case, for your work here, did you, to the best of your ability, validate the accuracy of how each CSX train and other train-like movements like blocks of cars and high rail movements were reflected in the RTC file?
Yes, I did.
The form of the question, Chairman Oberman, as a leading question.
I'm sorry. Could you do you want to rephrase the question, Matt?
Sure, I'd be happy to rephrase it. Hannah, in this case, to the best of your ability, did you validate the accuracy of how each CSX train and train movement was incorporated into the .train file?
Yes,
Same
I did.
objection. Same objection.
I'll let her answer that question.
Yes, I did. I validated the CSX network.
Okay. And at this point, unless there are any clarifying questions, Hannah, I'm going to ask you about your work on, contributing to the calculation of growth rates for the 2039 RTC models.
May I pause here and ask?
Go ahead, Patrick.
Yes, I want to ask, and I know it's hard to anticipate, but does any party expect us to go into confidential session in order to ask about specific trains?
I do not plan to. We've tried to structure this so that we will not.
Did you want to ask about specific
Amtrak or the port? I mean,
yes, I was pausing to let Amtrak or the port.
As was I, Matt. Does anybody? And if you can't answer this, then you can't answer it. But does anybody plan for us to go to confidential session with this witness?
No
The
one?
port does not.
No. All right.
We may, but we're not.
I will wait until the end of questions to ask my follow-up questions. Thank you.
I did have one question that I should have asked a few minutes ago. Matt, if I might, you had mentioned some of the yard trains involved the yard in Montgomery. Mr. Rossi, is that right?
No, sir. None of the yard trains that I've described here were in Montgomery. And if I said that, I apologize. I meant Mobile and Gentilly.
All right. So, because Montgomery came up in some context of your testimony, maybe you misspoke. Did you just misspeak? None of this has to do with Montgomery.
So when I mentioned Montgomery, I was referring to the data source that Amtrak's experts decided to use when calculating their train counts. The data source that they used excluded Montgomery.
This is the question.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your question.
Well, I'm going out. I can't hear. Can you hear me? I'm seem to be frozen. I can get the answer, Matt.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost you there for a minute.
Yeah,
so,
I didn't hear Miss Rossi's answer about Montgomery. If she gave one, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. So when I was referring to Montgomery, I was referring to the analytical error by Amtrak's experts when they were performing their train count calculation. They used a data source that, for whatever reason, excluded trains in the Montgomery area.
So, and Hannah, why do you think it was important for them to include a data source that included those trains?
I apologize. The RTC modeled corridor here goes from New Orleans to Montgomery.
But what impact does that relationship with that have to the Amtrak trains on the Mobile, New Orleans line?
That's a great question, sir. So in-house at CSX, we always model one crew change point beyond the immediate area of concern. And so there's a crew leg, as it's kind of called, between Montgomery and Mobile. And so as we're trying to analyze and estimate the impact of passenger service, we need to know how is that service going to impact trains that are trying to enter Mobile and also depart Mobile.
I'm frozen here. I heard part of the answer.
And I don't remember kind of where I started the question here.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, would you like Hannah to repeat again or look at the transcripts? I think she was. I don't want to testify for her, but she's tried a couple times.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We're good. Let's proceed because my Zoom is going in and out and I don't want to delay it. So go ahead and I'll try to reboot at lunch.
Okay. All right. So Hannah, I'm going to ask you a few questions about the growth rates that were used to forecast freight traffic for the 2039 runs of the RTC model. Did you work on providing an estimated growth rate for the CSX side?
So not a growth rate, but I did supply the growth for the 2021 RTC model, which was consistent with the 2020 HDR study as well.
Okay, could you describe the process, describe your role in the process of developing that growth information?
Certainly. So in like the January, early 2020 timeframe, I reached out to customers along the route here between New Orleans and Mobile to ask them about their projected growth over the next 20 years. And I received carload level information from those customers, not specific cars themselves, but the volume of cars over the next 20 years. I took that information to CSX's internal commercial department and reviewed it with them. In cases where the commercial department didn't feel like some of those volumes may materialize, a smaller number was selected then for the expected carload growth for that particular customer. I then took those volumes to the service design department and asked about is there enough space on existing trains for these cars, or would we require additional train starts to support this growth? The service design department advised that there is existing growth or capacity on these trains. So no new trains were needed to accommodate the growth. And then I supplied those forecasted train sizes then to the RTC modelers.
Okay, and you said you did this in 2020.
Matt, let me, I'm sorry. Because of Zoom, I missed the very beginning of Miss Rossi's answer about where she started in gathering the volume. I heard everything else, but what was your starting point? I just didn't hear it.
So I will say, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I know you were asking about growth rates earlier. I mean, if you would like us to pause so that you can reboot, because I would like you to be able to hear Hannah's testimony on these points.
I can hear now. I just missed the very beginning of her answer. She said that where you got some volume numbers, then you went internally and asked various parts of the railroad. I heard that part. I just didn't hear what your very first part of your answer was.
Yes, sir. So I reached out to customers along this route to ask them for their projected growth.
Okay, that's what I missed. Thank you. Go ahead, Matt. I think I'm okay for the moment. Whenever we take a lunch break, I'm going to try to fix this problem, but I don't want to stop you.
All right. Well, okay. And just to clarify, Hannah, was you testified that this was something you did in 2020?
Yes, sir. I did this early 2020.
So this was in connection with what at the time was the HDR study that CSX and NS and Amtrak were conducting jointly?
Yes.
And just to clarify, do you know what growth rate is stated in the public RTC reports in this case?
I believe it's 1.5%.
Okay. And just to clarify, I'm not going to ask you anything confidential. The CSX growth rate, is it lower than 1.5%?
Yes, it's lower than 1.5%.
And where is that growth rate found?
In terms of verified statements and reports?
Yes.
Yes, I believe it's in the 2021 HNTB RL Banks report.
Okay. All right. Okay. So did you, and just, I'm sorry, one final clarifying question. Did you provide, Mr. Dingler and Mr. Guthrie with the exact growth rate for CSX freight traffic?
No, I did not believe that was calculated after the fact.
Okay, so just because I know we had some Zoom problems, what exactly did you provide them with?
The projected 2039 train sizes.
Okay. Thanks. And thank you. And I just have a few more questions, Mr. Chairman. So
I have a
Go ahead. Oh,
I have a clarification question from something Hannah said. You said for 2039, the growth in carloads would not require any additional trains, or did I mishear that?
That's correct, ma'am. The existing trains on the line had sufficient capacity.
Would it require the trains' lengths to be extended?
Yes, ma'am, they grew in length.
Thank you.
Karen, just follow up on that question, if I might. Did it require the train lengths to be extended to any point that would make a train that would previously fit in a siding no longer be able to fit in a siding? Any siding on the route?
So the train sizes, I was advised to cap the train sizes at 10,000 feet. So none of the trains grew beyond 10,000 feet.
Are there sidings that are shorter than 10,000 feet?
There are, but I believe Mr. Johnson testified the other day that the way that we handle those long trains is by running the long trains in one direction and the clearing trains, as he called them, run in the other direction. So there's no kind of issue there. The shorter trains are able to take the siding to get out of the way of the long train.
So as you think about the 2039 model, can you think of any instance in which a train that was made to be longer could not fit in a siding that it would need to be in because of Amtrak, but if it were its previous length, could fit into that siding?
Without having the data in front of me, it's hard to say.
Okay. Would Mr. Dingler be able to answer that question?
Perhaps.
Okay.
So
And
I think what Patrick was saying was, did the addition of carloads turn any clearing trains into a non-clearing train?
I would have to go back and review the train sizes versus the sidings along the line to say for sure.
and typically train length, I think you said that train length decisions are driven by the service design department, and you asked the service design department about train capacity. Is that?
I asked the service design department about train capacity. The train length decision, I can't say for certain what department drives that decision.
Well, what goes into allocating in the real world? What goes into allocating growth by train? How does that work in practice?
Unfortunately, I never worked specifically in those departments, so I can't speak for sure.
Are you able to provide any expert guidance to the board in terms of how the way you allocated volumes matches up to how CSX allocates volume in the real world?
No, sir. Unfortunately, I don't have experience in those departments.
Okay. And are you aware of anybody who does have experience in those departments that contributed insights to the model?
So when I was working with the service design department, I was leaning on their expertise in terms of how that traffic would be handled.
So the service design department reviewed the allocation of volumes and validated that that's how they would allocate volumes?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Matt, I have a couple of questions I'm a little uncertain about. You said that you started by interviewing customers on this line. Did I understand that right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
How many customers did you interview?
I don't recall how many, but I covered the major customers.
Okay, and one thing I'm sorry to interrupt your flow, Mr. Chairman, but if Hannah were to remember and identify specific customers, that might be something that would require us to go to confidential session. I don't know if you're going there, but that just, I wanted to.
I was just going to ask, I assume you don't want to identify the customers you interviewed on the public session.
Yes.
They probably talked to you in confidence. Would that be fair?
Yes. Well, it's not a question for me. It's for
Yeah.
you.
Is that
I unfortunately don't have, my work computer, since I'm no longer an employee. So I wouldn't be able to say for sure, since it was so long ago.
Yeah. Well, here's my question. The traffic on this line isn't traffic just for, we were told, I think, some customers on this line. Does that sound right?
I unfortunately missed part of your question there, sir.
I think another witness said there were 56 customers on this line. Does that sound right to you?
I don't recall, sir, but that sounds roughly correct.
But all of the traffic on this line doesn't come from just those customers, right? Doesn't traffic come from outside this line?
That's correct. It would come from our interchange gateways as well.
So was there any way to measure what the projected growth was on the traffic that is generated by shippers and receivers, beyond either end of this line? I guess is the way I think of it.
I'm sorry, can you rephrase the question again?
Yeah, so some portion of the traffic on this line comes either west of New Orleans or east or north of Mobile, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, so did you try to measure the growth in whatever component of the traffic on this line comes from those places?
To some extent, yes.
And how did you do that? What did you do to gather that information?
Some of that might be confidential.
Well, Hannah, if you remember something that you think might be confidential, we could.
Yeah.
Chairman, we could do two things. One thing, Hannah could tell me what she thinks might be confidential, and I could decide right now, or we could just go to the Zoom room.
Well, I don't want to go to the Zoom room now because we're getting close to a lunch break anyway, and I don't want to interrupt the flow here. I'd like to get as much done. We could hold that question, Matt. I would be interested in this. A related question, which may also be confidential, is if you know, Ms. Rossi, is in some kind of broad strokes of all the trains that are modeled and the movements and so forth, how much is from traffic from the 56 customers on the line or whatever that number is, and how much is from traffic that's generated outside of Mobile or New Orleans? Do you know the rough percentage? And if you do, can you answer it here, or should we wait the answer?
I wouldn't be able to produce a rough percentage. I would say the road trains coming from to and from New Orleans, for example, that's interchange traffic generally there. The locals, that's going to be sourced from the local customers, but that local traffic would be moving also on the road trains ultimately. But I don't have a way to offhand calculate those percentages, sir.
Well, if we wanted to know, to measure the growth potential for this line, would we not need to know both? However you got estimates or whatever from both the customers on the line as well as the freight that's generated outside. Both.
Possibly.
All right, well, we'll hold on the mechanism for gathering that, Matt, that we were just talking about till we get into a breakout room, even if
Okay. Was there another question? No.
I had a question. I don't know if Marty's done. He froze on my screen.
it doesn't take us there, we can find before Ms. Ross. of how much more direct you have of Ms. Rossi?
So I probably have less than 5 minutes of direct.
All right. Yeah, why don't we finish all the direct and any board questions and break for lunch, and we'll come back and Amtrak or the port can begin their cross. That sound like a plan?
Yes. Yes.
All right.
that does.
All right. Why don't you go ahead then, Matt?
Okay. Member Privis, did you have a question?
I just very quickly, Ms. Rossi, you said that the train lengths were capped at 10,000. Was that your decision, your department's decision to do that, or was that given to you from another department?
That was given to me by the service design department.
Okay. Did they explain why it was capped at 10,000?
If they did, I don't recall why.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Matt, go ahead.
Okay. So Hannah, is it fair to say that if there's traffic growth, they're either going to be longer trains or more trains?
That's right.
And you might have to model it, but either one of them is going to have an impact on the RTC model, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So just briefly, you testified that you were involved on the CSX side in supporting the HDR model in 2020. Can you explain what your role was in that HDR joint study?
Very similar to the 2021. I supplied the data inputs and validated the CSX network.
Okay. Did you review any parts of the base case or anything else that HDR was developing?
I reviewed the base case and the future no build scenario. The no build being the future freight operations absent Amtrak service.
So how did you do that? How did you specifically, how did you review the base case at the no build case?
I watched the simulations and bounced that up against my own experience and validated it with the field.
So Amtrak has indicated in some of its earlier filings that there was some kind of a software bug or glitch in RTC that would have, affected HDR's ability to complete to complete the joint study. Do you know anything about that issue?
I do. So that bug is fairly minimal. One of the output metrics, delay in particular here, it was incorrectly calculating planned dwell as part of that delay calculation. When the issue was brought to the RTC developer's attention, he fixed it immediately via a software patch where the modelers just have to download the latest version. These updates and bug fixes are extremely common. And all HDR would have had to do is just click run again. It wouldn't have had any impact on how the software dispatched trains differently. It was just on the output metric side.
In your opinion, and based on the reviews you had of the base case and the no build case, after this bug issue got resolved, how long do you think it would have taken HDR to complete the final build phase of the model?
1 to 2 months at most.
So what's the basis of your 1 to 2 month assessment?
So my own experience with modeling, and also HDR had gotten over the quote hard part of modeling, which is getting a base case stood up and getting a no build case stood up. All they were having to do at that point is layer in the passenger trains and then propose infrastructure solutions for the parties to consider.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Any questions from the board?
A couple quick ones from me, Marty.
Go ahead, Patrick.
First is, there's some discussion on the first day of our hearing about a 2% estimate pulled from an FRA manual. Doesn't sound like you relied on that 2% estimate in any way in generating your data. Is that correct?
So foreign trains in the model, a 2% CAGR was used for those. But that was really it. But I would like to add in other studies that I've participated in, the 2% CAGR is standard to use.
I'm only to say though, but you didn't get that 2% from the FRA manual, right?
I didn't go to the manual and say, let's use this 2%. No, sir.
And then secondly, is it fair to think about this particular line as being above the norm for growth on the CSXT network?
I wouldn't know for sure. I'd never worked in the commercial department.
Did anybody with knowledge of the historical growth of the line in the last 5, 10, 15 years look at the projections as a method of validation?
I would say when I took the customer projections to the commercial department, it was discussed with them, and I presume that they have such knowledge.
No, commercial department looked at the forward-going projections, and that those people presumably would have information about the historical information, and felt that nobody raised any concerns that the projected growth rates would be out of line.
No, sir, nobody raised any concerns. I would just say though, as I stated earlier, if a particular customer's projections were thought to perhaps not materialize, a more conservative growth was selected for that particular customer.
Got it. But no one raised any beyond after that more conservative adjustment was implemented. There was nobody who felt that the growth rates were larger than they expected or exceeded historical norms.
No, nobody said anything to that.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I just have one question. You used a word that I just couldn't catch out. You said the 2% something, and I didn't hear what the word was you followed.
I apologize. I believe I said CAGR.
What is
compounded annual? CAGR.
What does that mean? Compounded annual growth rate?
Yes, sir.
Still catching up on the acronyms in this.
Those are just for the local trains, right?
The foreign trains.
Oh, foreign trains. Excuse me. Sorry, that's what I meant. Apologize. Thank you.
Okay. And the growth rates that were used in the study were all compounded. Is that right? For the 2039 growth figure.
For the foreign trains, yes, sir. For the local traffic and then subsequently the road trains, those volumes were applied to the trains themselves. There was no growth calculation that I did there.
And you're using the term foreign trains. Is that how I should have phrased my question about traffic that doesn't originate from the customers on this line? Is that the same term?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, that's, I guess, the question I wanted to pursue. We'll wait till the breakout room. How did you go about gathering information about the potential growth for the foreign trains, I guess is the pending question.
Yeah. I got a couple questions if you. Okay,
go ahead, Robert.
Ms. Ross, you did, and this is just again clarification for me in terms of your working relationship. How you said that you worked with Mr. Banks. Is that correct?
Yes, they were the RTC consultants here.
How often did you meet or speak to him about? Was it weekly? Was it daily?
I wouldn't say daily, no. There were clean team meetings, and just as he had questions about certain things, we would discuss.
Okay. And how often do you think that was?
With just Mr. Guthrie?
No, there's Mr. Banks.
Oh, with Mr. Banks. So is your question with just Mr. Banks or with any of the RTC
Well,
modelers?
with Banks, if he was in the room, if it was more than one, I mean, how much time did you spend? Did he spend with you going over some of the modeling?
With just me?
Or just
If
your,
it-
I mean, I'm just trying to figure out how the relation, just to clarifying, you said as you worked with the folks, just how often you interacted with them, that's all. Was it daily interaction with Guthrie and Banks or not? Or weekly?
So the three modelers, it was frequent. That would include Mr. Dingler. With just like specifically Mr. Banks, I think maybe once a week, roughly.
Okay.
And something similar for Mr. Guthrie.
Okay, I just want to put the time, like how often they work. And Mr., so you worked closer with Mr. Dinkler, is that correct?
Yes, since he was the one physically running the model.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
I frequency of meetings with Mr. Dingler. Could you just say that again?
What was the
Yeah,
question?
Mr. Chairman, you broke up a little bit. I believe, were you
Oh.
asking Hannah about Mr. Dingler?
Yeah, that's the one answer I didn't hear. I was frozen about your frequency of your interactions with Mr. Dingler.
More frequent because he was the one actually physically doing the model.
And Robert didn't ask you about the time frame. We're talking about sometime from last spring until November 3rd. Is that the time frame we're talking about this interactions?
For Mr. Guthrie, is that correct?
For the RL Banks study that was submitted on November 3rd, that work didn't begin, did it, until last spring sometime? After this case was filed, is that right? Or
So the work with RL Banks, I believe, I don't recall exactly when they started. Summertime.
all right, well,
Summertime, I
we
believe.
can ask them if it's important. We'll find out from them. So thank you.
Yeah.
All right, any other board members have questions?
I have one. I think you indicated that the 2% growth rate from the FRA report.
All right, it is 12:41. I'm sorry. Is there somebody else? I'm frozen here.
Yes.
Yeah, I was asking about the 2% growth rate from the FRA report. I believe that you stated that is in fact the industry standard. Could you say in other models that you've run, I'm presuming during your time at CSX you ran other models, was the 2% the standard that you typically or always used?
In cases where passenger service was being studied onto the CSX network, the 2% was generally used, but it wasn't sourced from the FRA. That was sourced from the U.S. FAF data that's publicly available.
And Hannah, it might be useful if you explain what FAF stands for.
The Freight Analysis Framework data.
But 2% is the standard with regard to passenger. Is that correct?
In cases where passenger service was being studied because they were being introduced into the freight network, the publicly available FAF data was used.
Thank you.
May I just make I want to clarify, I want to make sure that I have all the information correct that you've talked about on the growth rate. The growth rate predominantly driven by internal projections from customers, validated by the commercial team, provided to the modeler. The modeler may have cited the FRA manual, but that wasn't what was driving the projections. And to the extent that CSX used the FAF data for trains, you used it in rebuttal to further validate the internal projections. Is that basically right?
I would say yes. Again, the growth on this line is very conservative, and it's under the 2% that has been used in other studies, sir.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Yes, well, and I don't want to add to, I think it might clarify things. If I could just direct the members to the Ms. Ross and Ms. Cannon's rebuttal verified statement, which is JE40D from pages 23 through 26. I think that might provide some clarity here.
Well, what pages, Matt?
Well,
So it's at page 23 through 25 talks about the CSX side, and then 25 and 26 talk about the NS side. Again, this is the Ms. Ross and Ms. Cannon's rebuttal verified statement, and this is one of the topics that they address, and it might shed some. I know some of these are confusing, and maybe the statement will help shed some light on things.
Well, the reason why I wanted to clarify, Matt, is that it sounded in response to Michelle's question that the FAF was used on the front end. But Hannah, are you saying that, but the FAF wasn't used on the front end, it was used to validate in rebuttal, right?
Yeah, I can represent that. That is what I think the evidence we filed has said.
Yeah, I wanted to just get
Yes,
I just want to
right.
get clarity on that point. So the 2% drawn from FAF, it wasn't drawn from FAF. It might have been drawn from FAF for the purposes of validating the prior estimate. But that was the purpose of my clarification.
But by the way, I just note, Matt, for the record, I'm looking at the rebuttal statement, and in the rebuttal statement, there is reference to train length, but that is parent off in Ms. Rossi's statement as confidential. It sounds like we've put that on the record. Is that right? Page 25 at the top.
Yeah. Yes, we have.
So whatever, the page 25 no longer is confidential. Fair enough, just so our record's clear.
Yes, that's fair.
And that's 40D as in David.
Yes.
Okay. All right, any further questions before the Port and Amtrak question, Ms. Rossi? If not, it is 12:46, and only to try to do everything I can to fix my Zoom, we'll take the lunch break till 1:30. Give me a few extra minutes to try to get this straightened out. So with that, and I believe today is the day, Rob, if I'm not mistaken, that we do have to have a hard stop at 5 o'clock.
I'm muting myself here, sir. We can continue beyond 4 o'clock as long as we understand that our witnesses, that is Mr. Driscoll and Mr. Golden.
I thought you said your people.
I understood. Rob, I think you had said that the council could continue, so therefore you were good with an extra hour. Is that right?
I don't know that we could go an extra hour, but we could, maybe not have the hard stop. So it's Friday night. People have to get places. So let's see where we are when we get there, Rob, and we'll consult with you about your clients.
Sure. Like I said,
All
we
right.
can be flexible
We
beyond
will.
4 p.m. 5 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah. We'll recess now until 1:30 Eastern. All right. Matt, are we back in?
Yes, we are.
All right, welcome everybody. We are back in session. For what it's worth, I have rebooted my modem, rebooted my computer, rebooted my Zoom, but no promises.
Okay.
Matt, we're ready to resume. With Rossi, is she still, I see her. Ms. Rossi, you understand you are still under oath?
Yes, sir, I do.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, if it's possible, I have two very quick scheduling points if I could make before we get started with Cross. Okay, so one of them.
Actually, I'm glad you raised that.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I can't hear you.
I'm not speaking.
Oh, okay. Well, that explains it.
Yeah, go ahead.
so what one of them is that we could push it a little bit. We do have a hard stop today at 5 o'clock. And there was some talk about maybe going past 5. We do have some folks that have flights scheduled, so we could maybe go a little past it. And I do have ambitions of maybe getting Mrs. Sincannon done today. But I wanted to raise that. And the other.
Let's see where we stand.
Okay. I understood. And the other, we have a bunch of folks that are scrambling with flights and hotels now. It would be good to get some clarity about Monday. I know that you gave the reports at the end of the day, but if it's possible to get an answer sooner than that, it would help us so that we're not, we're able to kind of make these arrangements before the close of business today.
That was actually my question. I wonder if Rob, if we have any knowledge about what might happen on Monday at this point, more than we had.
I don't have anything more for you, Mr. Overman, than I had before, Mr. Chairman. So, as I said, if you guys, if you determine that we must continue on the 11th, and we ask for some forbearance there, I don't have any additional flexibility beyond what I'd offered before.
All right. Well, I was just hoping Mr. Hellenhaus might have been able to make some progress with his court in Wisconsin, but if he hasn't, the facts haven't changed. So if that's the case, we will not meet on Monday. Is that still where we are?
That's correct from our perspective, yes.
All right. So before sometime, it's up to staff to get it written, and so the order will set the hearing, the next session of this hearing at 9:30 a.m. Eastern on Tuesday, the 12th. And we will go and we will break approximately between 11 and 1 Eastern, and then we will resume. We will then, the next session will be Thursday morning, the 14th. We'll go all day. The next two sessions will be the 18th and 19th of April. All of those will be virtual. And then the next sessions will be 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, which will be in person in Washington to the extent they're all needed. So we will put that in an order, which will presumably be ready to be voted on and issued by the end of the day. But those are the dates. All right, Matt, does that solve that problem?
Yes, thank you very much for that clarity, Mr. Chairman.
All right. I did have one very quick question for Ms. Rossi, if you don't mind. Ms. Bracy, before you begin?
Don't mind.
All right. Actually, I think if there were any questions, the port would be next. Do you have any questions, any examination, Rob?
No, we do not have any cross-examination for this witness, sir. Thank you.
All right. All right, Ms. Rossi, just one question I had. I thought that you said that when in the normal course of business at CSX, when you were doing RTC studies on lines that were going to have passenger added, you normally used a 2% growth rate. Was that right? That was the usual approach for the freight part of the traffic.
Sure. So in In other passenger studies, the publicly available FAF data would be pulled from their website and analyzed, and it generally was around the 2%.
All right. My question is, when you're doing an RT study at CSX on a line just for freight where there isn't an issue of passenger service, did you use the same growth rate or how did you do it?
In those cases, we would look at, we're trying to test the robustness of solutions there. And so in some cases, we would look at adding trains in there just to, again, test the robustness of the solution.
So are you saying you didn't use a growth rate at all, but just sort of added some trains to see what would happen?
I want to characterize it as see what would happen, but to test the robustness of the solution, could it stand up against additional train starts?
But you didn't use an actual growth rate to do projections the way you do with passenger.
Not in the freight only scenarios.
Well, why the difference?
So essentially, so that if the growth was questioned, it could be supported by the FAF data, which is why the publicly available data was used.
But wouldn't it be useful internally to CSX to know what the growth rate is if you're modeling just a freight only line? I just don't understand why that wouldn't be important for you to know.
Sure. So in the freight only scenarios, we're looking at congested corridors or changes to operations and really trying to test the robustness of a new siding or some sort of infrastructure change. In those cases, we would simply just add starts to see how well that infrastructure would handle fluctuations in volume.
All right, thank you. That was really all I just wanted to clarify.
You're basically, you're adding starts more than you have in kind of the baseline such that there would be more volume. That's what you mean by testing robustness is you would actually be adding volume to the line to test robustness?
In the freight only cases, yes, we would be adding train starts to test the robustness of the infrastructure solution.
So in that sense, the added train starts and volume associated with those trains sort of serve as a quasi growth rate. It's just that it sort of varies because it's at the train level. Is that maybe a fair way to characterize it?
Yeah, I would say that's fair.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Ms. Bracy. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen, go ahead.
Yeah, Ms. Rossi, was 2039 modeled without Amtrak trains?
In both the 2020 and the 2021 RTC studies, yes. 2039 was modeled without the addition of passenger trains.
And in those models, you used a growth rate to determine whether additional infrastructure would be needed just for growth.
Just on the freight side, the procedure was just as I kind of explained earlier with the interviews of the customers and the internal feedback. So yes, that 2039, those train sizes were ran in the 2039 case, and any planned and funded infrastructure solutions that CSX was already looking to do, which there were some on the M&M subdivision between Mobile and Montgomery, those were all built into the 2039 model, and it was run to see if any additional infrastructure would be needed to support the growth on the line prior to Amtrak starting.
And so that showed that no infrastructure was needed between New Orleans and Mobile for 2039, assuming the 1.2%, 2% growth.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I could jump
All
in
right.
one. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, my last thing, one thing I'll do because Hannah's too polite. It's actually Ms. Ross, not Ms. Rossi. That last E is silent.
Thank you, Matt. I think I got
I was
it wrong
right.
all morning. I
I
apologize.
apologize.
That's okay. I get it all the time.
Well, you could just
Nobody ever gets my name right.
make life easier. Yeah. All right. See.
Did we lose Marty?
No, I'm here. Ms. Bracy, I'm sorry, proceed.
You used to work for CSX, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you last worked there, your title was Director of Network Modeling and Service Measurements, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in that position, you were a part of the 2020 RTC study project between Amtrak, NS, and CSX, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that 2020 RTC study was supposed to determine the effect of Amtrak's addition of 2 passenger trains on the Gulf Coast route, is that right?
Yes, the 2 daily round trips on the Gulf Coast.
Okay. And your role in that process was to advocate on behalf of CSX, is that right?
My role, as I described earlier, was to supply the data inputs and the assumptions for the RTC modelers.
And as you worked on the model, you also worked on with HDR on a heat map, is that right?
The heat map in question, HDR put together.
But you provided input into the heat map, didn't you?
The original data inputs, yes, ma'am.
And you rejected versions of the heat map that looked as if CSX had too much capacity, is that right?
What do you mean by capacity?
Can we go into confidential session? It might be helpful if I showed you a document. I think we're going to have to go into the Zoom rooms, into the confidential session.
Yes, I don't.
Let me just ask you this question, Ms. Bracy. Do you anticipate going in and out of the confidential session? Because it'd be nice if we could put it all in the same place, if that's possible. If it's not, we'll defer to your strategy. I don't want to interrupt it. Just trying to save time.
Yes, understood. I think we're only going to confidential session once during my examination.
All right. While we're in there, I had that question pending, so I may take advantage of asking it if you don't mind, so we can save time. But we will go into, this is confidential or highly confidential?
It's confidential, sir.
All right. Matt, or whoever it is.
I am ready to go, Marty.
All righty. Thank you. All right, thank you all. Are we back?
Yes, you are.
All right, I just want to say to the members of the public that we had some cross-examination involving matters that had been marked confidential by the parties. And as I think everyone knows by now, it is my intent to have as much of this hearing available to the public as possible. And I have asked counsel, and I think they will responsibly re-examine the parts of the transcript, both here and in previous sessions, that can eventually be made public. And if and when we get to that point, we'll make them public as soon as we can. So with that, Ms. Bracy, I believe you're still proceeding with your cross-examination of Ms. Ross.
Thank you, Chairman Oberman. I have a few questions about infrastructure, Ms. Ross. So you testified that lengthening trains will accommodate the projected growth of 2039 traffic. Is that right? The projected freight growth?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay, and that would require trains that are longer than 10,000 feet?
No, ma'am, the train sizes were capped in the growth projections to 10,000 feet.
Okay. But there's currently only one siding that is longer than 10,000 feet. Is that right? On the Gulf Coast route?
I'll take your word for it. I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you take issue with the 257% more trains that Mr. Crowley and Mr. Fapp write that they have no counterpart in the train data, but are used in the model. Is that correct?
Yes, as I explained in the direct, there was a number of analytical errors in their analysis.
Okay. And for example, the rebuttal verified statement of Mr. Banks and Mr. Guthrie states that 582 trains in the RTC model are trains that would have no counterpart in the train data. Is that right?
That's right. High rail movements, as I explained, the light engines, blocks of cars, the foreign cross traffic, and the yard movements.
And those are trains that are based on conversations with field personnel. Is that right?
I mean, they're not trains, as I kind of explained earlier. High rails are quite literally trucks. But yes, because they are not trains, that's why they don't appear in the data.
Okay. And they're also not trains. Well, they're also non-trains based on direct observations of the dispatchers. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you say the question one more time?
Sure. These non-trains are based on direct observation of the dispatchers. Is that right?
No, ma'am, I got them from the field.
Okay. And Mr. Crowley and Mr. Fapp could not replicate data that you got from the field. Is that right?
I don't understand the question.
Well, you didn't provide the notes you didn't take any notes when you interviewed the field personnel. Is that right?
Right. So the input I got from the field was put directly into the .train file, or it was supplied directly to the RTC modelers. So very simply, what you could do is take the electronically collected sources versus the .train file, and the differences would be derived from the field providing input.
But there's no way for Mr. Crowley and Mr. Fapp to replicate the information you got from the field personnel.
Well, as the chairman mentioned, they could have asked. They could have asked for depositions.
You didn't provide that data in your opening verified statement. Is that correct? Anything about field personnel?
That doesn't sound right. I'd have to, can I read my verified statement again, just to be sure?
I'll withdraw the question.
Okay.
Okay. You testified that you worked on the RTC model in the consumer's STB case. Is that right?
Long time ago, yes.
And in that case, did you use actual or representative data?
So I was not the modeler in those cases, but I think it is important to talk about the difference between the purpose of rate cases and what the model serves there versus the modeling purpose here in this one. So in rate cases, as I understand it, the objective is about cost of operations and the appropriate revenue. And so the modeling procedure is the shipper will select a subset of the freight railroad's traffic and propose a often reduced or optimized infrastructure solution that can efficiently meet the demands of its peak period. And so that's why an exact replica of a 14-day period is done in those cases. That is not what we're doing here. We're talking baseball versus football. In this case, we're trying to estimate the impact to freight with the introduction of passenger service. So it's entirely different.
So during your direct testimony, you mentioned the need to interview people in the field to complete the RTC model. Is that right?
Yes, to get it to align to reality, yes.
And those interviews provided information that CSX and NS used in preparing the model. Is that right?
So are we talking about the 2021 RTC? Because I myself did not do the RTC modeling, but I supplied the data inputs and assumptions to the RTC modelers.
So we're talking about the 2021 inputs.
And sorry, what was your question again?
Those interviews provided information that CSX and NS used in preparing the RTC model. Is that right?
Again, I didn't prepare the RTC model.
But you provided the inputs from the field interviews. Is that right?
Yes, either the field inputs would have either already have been in the existing .train file that was supplied to the RTC models, or throughout the validation effort as the field, was supporting me in the validation efforts or providing the data input. That information would have been directly supplied to the RTC modelers.
And precisely how many individuals did you interview?
Oh goodness. Let me count for a second. Maybe 5 to 6.
And did you talk to each of those individuals once or more than once?
More than once.
Okay. How many times did you talk to each individual?
I have no idea. A lot.
Some of the interviews were conducted by your employees. Is that right?
Yes.
And do you know about how many interviews they conducted?
Just by themselves?
Yes.
I don't.
Okay. During what period of time were these interviews conducted?
So I don't know if you heard me mention, but for the 2021 Gulf Coast study, an existing .train file was supplied. And so that .train file was, what we had on the shelf already. So it's hard to even say, that would have been just what we were maintaining over time. So some of those conversations were baked into that .train file already. And then that was turned over along with the data inputs. And then as we were going through the validation effort, I have no idea, like probably 50 conversations, I would guesstimate.
Okay. But during what period of time did the interviews occur?
Again, some of those would have already been baked into the .train file. So, since the inception of the .train file, I guess, that I supplied. And then, once the 2021 RTC modeling process got kicked off, which again, I don't know if it's because I'm nervous on stand or what, I can't remember exactly when that started, but it would have been from that moment on until we ultimately until any sort of, until the report was complete,
Okay. And how long was the longest interview?
I don't know, maybe like an hour. I don't know.
Did you identify the name of and position of those people in your verified statement?
No, I did not.
And you testified during direct that you didn't take any notes during those interviews. Is that right?
I mean, maybe handwritten notes, but I mean, nothing consistent.
What happened to those handwritten notes?
If it wasn't like directly put into the .train file, I would have, picked up the phone and called the RTC modelers or sent in an email. I mean, I would have transmitted the information to them somehow.
Okay. And the interviews, you didn't record them in any way, did you, besides the notes?
No, ma'am.
And you didn't transcribe them, have the interviews transcribed?
No, ma'am.
And so there's no way to replicate the RTC modeling without information obtained from the field interviews, is that right?
Again, as the chairman had mentioned, the Amtrak's experts could have deposed and asked for that information.
Is it possible to run the RTC model without data or information from the field and obtain the same result?
With which .train file?
The .train file where you added the interviews?
So if Amtrak's experts received the .train file, sure, they could plug that right in.
Even without the interview notes?
Right, because it would have already been in the .train file.
During your work on the RTC model, did you consult yard master logs?
I don't know what those are.
Did you consult crew timesheets?
But what are those?
Did you consult switch logs?
I don't know what those are.
In running the model, did you evaluate how introduction of the passenger service would impact the line if CSX adjusted its schedule?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question one more time?
Sure. Did you, in running the model, evaluate how introduction of the Amtrak passenger service would impact the line if CSX adjusted its schedule?
I'm going to object. She's testified that she did not run the model.
I'm just awaiting a ruling, Chairman Oberman.
Oh, I'm sorry, I did. I was muted, however, so nobody heard. I'm going to sustain the objection. Can you rephrase the question, please?
Sure. Did you, in providing inputs to the model, evaluate how introduction of the Amtrak service would impact the line if CSX adjusted its schedule?
I wasn't the modeler, and so I would have had no way to evaluate that. But I think it's important to add, at some point during the modeling process, I asked, hey, are there any obvious freight trains that are departing at the same time as this Amtrak train that are going to impose significant conflicts? And there weren't any.
Did you, in providing the input, evaluate how introduction of the passenger service would impact the line if Amtrak adjusted its schedule?
Again, I wasn't the modeler here.
But in providing the inputs, did you evaluate how introduction of the passenger service would impact the line if Amtrak adjusted its schedule?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, I'll withdraw. Have you ever worked as a yard master?
No, I have not.
A train master? Have you ever worked as a train master?
No, ma'am.
Or a train dispatcher?
No, ma'am.
And have you ever worked as an assistant transportation superintendent?
No, ma'am.
So the RTC model has certain default settings. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. And these settings are based on the average railroad experience in the real world. Is that right?
I have no idea.
Okay. But the default settings are also adjustable. Is that right?
Depending on which ones you're talking about.
Well, one of the inputs that you can adjust is called crew walking speed. Is that right?
Yes, you can adjust the crew walking speed.
And that's the time it takes to go from the front of the train for a crew to go from the front of the train to the back of the train and vice versa. Is that right?
It could, or it could be the crew walking to throw a switch.
Okay. And the setting in the RTC model is about 3 miles per hour. Is that right?
I mean, I'll take your word that that's a default, but that's not what we use here at CSX. We use 2 miles per hour at CSX. I don't know if you've ever walked in steel-toed boots on ballast, but that 3 miles per hour is very fast. That's what I do on the treadmill when I'm exercising.
But the settings, the default settings are based on the average railroad experience. So they would take into account the steel-toed boots on the ballast. Is that right?
I don't know where the 3 miles per hour default came from.
Okay. But 2 miles per hour is about 30 minutes a mile. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And that has the effect of slowing in the model down the time it takes for the crew to go from the back of the train to the front of the train and vice versa, or as you mentioned, to go throw a switch. Is that right?
By adjusting it to 2 miles per hour, you're aligning it to reality.
But it also slows the model down. Is that right?
I mean, minimally. Well, let me back. I don't know what you mean by slow the model down. It certainly slows down the time that the crew is walking in the model. But again, you're going from, we're talking about steel-toed boots on ballast. I mean, I don't know who can walk that in 3 miles per hour in all sorts of weather elements.
So the train file or the dot train file is an input file into the RTC model. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And that includes inputs such as train modeled volume. Is that right?
It includes the trains and non-trains and how they would move and the times they would move in the model.
And that would also include the dispatch data switching. The dot train file would include dispatch data switching.
I don't know what you mean by dispatch data switching.
And the dot train file includes departure times.
Yes, it would include departure times.
And it also, the dot train file also includes dwell times.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you helped to put the dot train file together, is that right?
I supplied the existing in-house dot train file to the RTC modelers in addition to the relevant data. And then from there, the RTC modelers analyzed the dot train file and made adjustments where they saw fit per the data from the electronically collected sources in addition to field input as we were going through the validation effort.
So we're going to talk about one-to-one matches for a second, or a minute or two. So you did not provide a one-to-one match between the train and the models and the trains in the real world. Is that right?
I don't understand the question. So if you're asking if I supplied information, like, yes, I supplied information from the field interviews about the headroom movements. I supplied that to the RTC modelers.
Okay. Even with a representative sample, there's no counterpart between the trains in the model and the trains in the real world. Is that right?
No, ma'am, that's not correct.
you stated in your rebuttal verified statement that you provided enough data for Mr. Crowley, Mr. Fapp to create their own pivot tables from the source documents about westbound trains. Is that right?
I don't recall that. What are westbound trains here?
I think westbound is toward Mobile. No, I'm sorry, toward New Orleans.
And can you ask the question one more time? I just want to make sure I understood it.
In your rebuttal verified statement, you state that you provided enough data for Mr. Crowley and Mr. Fapp to create their own pivot tables from the source documents about westbound trains. Is that right?
Pivot tables for what?
So that they can analyze the westbound trains. Is that right?
I'm not following the question. I'm so sorry.
Okay, I withdraw the question. So you testified on direct that the model showed a delay increase across the line and in Mobile. Is that right?
Can you be a little more specific, please?
If the passenger trains are added, that the model shows a delay increase across the line and in Mobile. Is that correct?
Without having the exact numbers, yes, when passenger trains were introduced, there was a significant increase in delay per 100 train miles and a decrease in speed.
Okay, and this leads to an increase in gridlock within 20 years, correct?
An increase in gridlock, I would say what the model showed was with the introduction of passenger trains in 2039 with no infrastructure to mitigate the delays, it leads to gridlock.
Okay, but that is all based on the inputs we discussed earlier. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that includes the slowing of the cruise speed. Is that right?
I didn't slow anything down, ma'am. That's, again, how fast the crew members walk in reality.
And that's also based on undisclosed meetings with field personnel. Is that right?
I'm going to object to the statement that these meetings were undisclosed.
She can answer.
So as I've said before, the dot train file that I'd supplied would have been the existing dot train file that we had at the time. And as we went through the validation effort, I supplied the information to the RTC modelers with the field inputs, and Amtrak's experts could have asked for depositions of these people.
What are the people's names that you spoke with?
Oh, goodness. And I'm allowed to say?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, if you remember, yeah.
Yeah, it's been a while. Okay. So Derek Harder, the superintendent over this area, would have been one. Tom Labello would have been, I think, the former superintendent over the line. Keith Buice, I actually don't know how to say his last name, but I could spell it Buice. He was the assistant superintendent over the line at the time. I believe Jason Ramel is his name. He would have been a manager of train operations over this line. And then, how many is that? That was one.
4.
That was 4. There may have been a 5th person in the New Orleans area, and I just can't think of what his name is now.
And are those people are not listed in either one of your verified statements? Is that right?
No, ma'am, they're not.
Okay. You also provided a spreadsheet in support of your verified statement, in support of your growth projections. Is that right?
I don't recall if it was submitted in the verified statement, but I believe all of that information was turned over in discovery.
Can we just back up for a second? So do you know the names of everyone you spoke with for every existing .train file?
Sorry, just to clarify, every existing .train file
That
ever?
that you consulted with? You said it was about, I can't remember how many names you said, but it was a number of names of people who were already in the .train file before you added in the 5 or 6 names?
Oh, no, I don't have their names.
So the spreadsheet you discussed that I just asked you about does not contain the formulas used to generate future train lengths and tonnages. Is that right?
Without looking at it, I don't know.
Okay. You're familiar with Oliver Wyman, is that right?
Vaguely, yes.
And are you aware that Adrian Bailey of Oliver Wyman recently noted at Rail Trends 2021 conference that revenue ton miles have decreased 11% and total train miles have fallen 23% between 2006 and 2019?
I've never heard that, no.
Okay. The Energy Information Administration and Department of the U.S. Department of Energy routinely develops rail traffic.
May I ask, Ms. Bracy, I don't want to interrupt your cross, but
Sure.
did you, when you said train miles have fallen, can you, and maybe it's not appropriate to ask you a question, so please tell me that, but can you tell me what you were referring to, fallen on what geography, et cetera? Yeah.
I believe it was nationwide, but I can get back to you on that.
Nationwide for all railroads?
I believe so, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. The Energy and Information Administration and Department of the U.S. Department of Energy routinely develops rail traffic forecasts. Is that right?
I don't know.
So the infrastructure projects recommended by the 2021 RTC study are to allow CSX to keep doing exactly what it's already doing. Is that right?
No, ma'am, I wouldn't characterize it that way. It's to accommodate the introduction of the 2 daily round trips.
Did the 2021 RTC model differentiate between projects that would mitigate serious adverse impacts on CSX and projects that would ensure the status quo for CSX?
Those types of questions would be better for Mr. Dingler, but I believe that the set of projects have to be considered as a whole.
And what does that mean?
That they work together with one another, but again, it'd be better for Mr. Dingler to explain that.
Okay, so I have a few more questions on this topic, and you can, if they're better for Mr. Dingler, you can just tell me that.
Okay.
So are the projects, all of the projects are built to help allow CSX to maintain its status quo and not change any of its operations?
Again, as I stated, it's to mitigate the delay to freight trains with the introduction of passenger trains. But again, feel free to also talk to Mr. Dingler about those.
And which projects will mitigate the extra 18 minutes of delay that the model says will result from introduction of passenger service?
I don't know how the 18 minutes was calculated there, but all of them would be needed to mitigate the delay.
Every single project?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. If I could just have a couple minutes.
Yeah, are you nearly done? Is that what you're suggesting?
I am almost done, yes.
Yeah, okay, sure. Take a couple minutes.
So CSX has acknowledged that there's sufficient theoretical capacity for the Gulf Coast service to operate right now. Is that right?
I don't know about theoretical capacity, but in the 2019 model, it didn't gridlock. So yes, but there would be significant delays to the freight and to the communities.
I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Ross, because this seems to be a matter of some contention in the plea, I started the questioning. I'm just trying to grapple with the actual physical gathering of the data from the field interviews. So did you conduct these interviews in person, via telephone, via email? How did you conduct them?
Primarily through Teams, screen sharing, and over the phone.
So you would have oral communications with somebody in the field, and they would provide you with some numbers about the number of yard trains or high rails or some movement of that type. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And when I was asking you, you said you didn't make notes of the data you were taking down. Was it the case that if somebody on the phone said, well, there are 3 yard trains here that aren't on the data, I'm just making up a number, did you then just immediately enter it right into the computer data as you were hearing it? I'm trying to figure out how, there's a lot of data, there are 4 or 5 people and you have many interviews with them. You're obviously an able person, but I don't know if you have a photographic memory. I'm trying to understand how this data got put into the system, if you could describe it for us.
Sure. So there's kind of like a distinction in time here. So the dot train file that I supplied to the 2021 Gulf Coast study, that would have been where I was able to just directly enter in the information into the dot train file. Anything after that point where we were in this validation and getting the model kind of set up phase, that's where I would have supplied the information directly to the RTC modelers then.
Well, but when you said you supplied it, you got it over the phone or on a Teams call. And did you supply it instantly, or how do we know the number of trains you just heard about then got into the model accurately? How did that process work?
Sure. So I would do that either by sending an email with my with the either trains or the movements themselves, or I would pick up the phone and call the RTC modeler.
Do you know whether it's possible, and I don't know very much about computers or computer programs at all, is it possible to ask one of these computer databases to spit out all of the data that was added in by this mechanism, so that it would show when, and so you could separate the data that was added from the field interviews from the other data? If somebody was I'm trying to envisage how the discovery in this case would have taken place had it taken place. So if I asked you earlier if Amtrak's lawyers could have taken your deposition. I take it if they had, they would have learned from you that you had numerous phone conversations with, say, Derek, forgotten his last name now, I can't read my writing.
Derek
Right.
Carter.
Carter, yes, but then they would have had to go take Mr. Carter's deposition and ask him what he told you. Is that the only, I'm trying to figure out how they would track it down. Is that the only way it could have been done?
Yeah, you could do that, or again, you could take the 2021 final .train file and compared it against the electronically collected sources, and the differences there would be due to the field.
Well, and I'm not asking you to be a lawyer, but in the adversarial process, if one side wants to challenge the other side, they may want to go back to the original source of the data to say, well, did you make a mistake? Did you fudge and so forth? The question is, how would one track it down? It sounds like the only way to track it down would be to actually go depose the people you spoke to and see if they could remember what they told you. Is that a fair understanding?
I suppose that's fair.
All right, but it could have been done as far as you could tell. I mean, there's no reason couldn't go back to these same people today and ask them the same questions, right?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Well, if you took Mr. Carter's deposition today, what would you be asking him? What was the number of yard trains back in 2019 that he told you about? If we wanted to check the information that you put into the modeling software.
Yeah, you would ask him or whoever, whoever is kind of responsible for the area, but Mr. Harder would be able to answer the questions. Yes.
All right. Well, he may or may not remember. You don't know that. Nobody, Mr. Carter might not know even until you ask him the question. But that would be the process one would have to go through to try to measure all of the interview data that you and your team gathered to put into the database. The only way to do it, I gather. Is that fair?
I think so.
Okay, I'm just wondering if, in your experience, I'm only going to ask you about your own practice. Is that the way you always do it when you're gathering field data? Is that you sort of you go directly from the communication into an email or the database without keeping a written record in between of what you just learned? Is that standard procedure?
Yes, sir. With every internal project I've ever worked on, the information would just be directly put into the .train file.
Okay. All right. That's very helpful. Thank you. Patrick, I think you said, did you have a question?
No, I'm good, Marty. I'm good.
Right.
May I ask
Anybody
one
else?
follow-up? May I ask one follow-up, sir?
Yeah, surely.
When you mentioned, Ms. Ross, that you were screen sharing, excuse me, what were you screen sharing with the people you were interviewing?
The simulation, ma'am.
The RTC simulation?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Do you need a break there for a minute, Ms. Bracy? Clear your throat. Take your time.
I'm okay.
Okay. All right. So, Ms. Bracy, are you finished with your cross?
I am.
All right. Matt, any redirect?
No redirect, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Why this might be a good time for a 10-minute break before we bring on another witness. Do you have the slightest hope that we'll be able to finish Ms. Cannon in an hour and a half?
We will we'll do our best, but being realistic, yeah, we certainly don't have that much direct, but
Yeah, all right. Well, I don't want to cut you short, but it'd be great if we could, as you
Yeah.
suggest, finish it.
We'll confer and talk to you in 10 minutes.
All right, we will reconvene at 3. I'm sorry. Did you?
Mr. Chairman, this is Rob Wimbish. I'm just getting my video back on. For purposes of that planning, we do have a limited amount of cost that we intend to present to Ms. Cannon. So I wanted to make sure that we let you know now for purposes of planning. We don't have lots of it. We do have a little bit.
All right, well, let's try to all be efficient and aim to finish Ms. Cannon today if possible, but we're not going to artificially restrict the eliciting evidence for this case. So we will break until 3:34, 10 minutes. All right, are all the board members back? Karen, Michelle, Patrick, Robert?
Mr. Chairman, I'm here.
Okay, Karen, I see you. Let's wait another moment for Robert. Must have stepped away for a second. All right. Let's begin. Matt, or who's calling this witness? Mr. Donahoe?
Yes, sir.
All
Mr.
right. Proceed.
Chairman, Jesse Amundson for Amtrak.
Yes.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just before the next witness is called, just put something on the record that I hope may clarify some of the questioning and issues about the ability to depose witnesses. I just wanted to remind the board that when Amtrak filed its application in this case, Amtrak proposed a procedural schedule under which CSX and NS would file their opening evidence and verified statements. Amtrak would then have the opportunity to take discovery of the witnesses who submitted verified statements. Then Amtrak would submit its own rebuttal evidence and verified statements. CSX and NS would then have an opportunity to take discovery of Amtrak's witnesses, and then there would be another round of rebuttal briefing. CSX and NS opposed that proposed schedule and instead insisted that all discovery be finished prior to their filing of the opening evidence. So at the time that Amtrak received CSX and NS's opening evidence, Amtrak had no ability to depose anyone, even had the opening evidence, the verified statement from CSX and NS revealed that, in fact, much of the data was based on narratives. At that point, discovery was closed. So there was no ability for Amtrak to take discovery at that point. Amtrak had 30 days to file its rebuttal evidence at that point with discovery being closed.
Jesse, let me just respond this way. This is the chronology and the concerns involving discovery is something that I intend to explore before this case is over. I had anticipated that the appropriate time to get into it from Amtrak's point of view is during your case. And so I don't want to divert ourselves into argument between counsel. I'm sure the other side will have something to say to what you just said, but that's a very much of an open question, which I think all of us on the board want to be enlightened on as to how this case unfolded. At this point, because we've had witnesses who had or could have the facts at hand, I was very interested in exploring just what the physical aspects of such discovery issues might be and not the legal issues and the scheduling. I do think that is something I want to hear about from both sides, but I don't want to do it now in the middle of the evidentiary part, at least until we get to your case in chief. And then if you want your witnesses to deal with it or you want to deal with it, would be appropriate, and we'll get response from the other side.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Chairman. I know you want to keep things moving. We have a lot to say on this point about the kinds of things that Amtrak could have gotten in discovery, but I appreciate that you want to move things along now.
I am sure you do. I'm not going to foreclose anybody from addressing that aspect of this case. It has been raised of interest to me, maybe because I spent 50 years of my life doing discovery, so I was interested in this, but we will deal with it down the road. Mr. Donahoe, I'm sorry. I think I missed
That's
that.
fine.
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, with the board's permission, Norfolk Southern would like to call Holly Sincannon to testify, please.
Ms. Sincannon, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And I will say, and I should have said this with all the other witnesses, please state your name.
Holly Sincannon.
All right, Mr. Donahoe, please proceed.
Thank you. Ms. Sincannon, can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in social sciences with an education concentration from Ashford University.
And before we go back through a little bit of your history with Norfolk Southern, how are you currently employed by Norfolk Southern?
I am the manager of strategic capacity.
And what generally does that involve?
We conduct data analysis and RTC simulation studies to recommend infrastructure and process solutions for constraints on our capacity or on our network.
Have you ever participated in a proceeding before the Surface Transportation Board?
No, I have not.
Okay. When did you first start at Norfolk Southern?
2004 as a dispatcher.
Let's kind of go briefly through your chronology of the jobs you've held at Norfolk Southern, okay?
Okay.
When you got there in 2004, how were you employed at Norfolk Southern?
I was a dispatcher from 2004 until 2015.
So for 11 years, you basically held various dispatching positions?
Yes.
Can you tell the board a little bit about the dispatching jobs that you held at Norfolk Southern?
Sure. I dispatched in our Harrisburg division, which encompassed our rail lines in New York, New Jersey, Delaware, Pennsylvania, and Maryland.
Can you tell us kind of in layperson's terms what a dispatcher primarily does?
Sure. From a very high level, a dispatcher moves the trains across the network. We line up the signals and switches and move them from point A to point B.
During any time during your career as a dispatcher, did you dispatch rail operations involving Amtrak?
Yes, I did. When I worked on the Harrisburg terminal, I coordinated with Amtrak for the arrival and departure of their Pennsylvanian service at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and ran them on our line between Harrisburg and Duncannon, and then they proceeded along to Pittsburgh. When I worked the mainline desk, I worked again with Amtrak to coordinate the movement of our freight trains over their line between Baltimore, Maryland, and Newark, Delaware, over the Northeast corridor.
In addition to Amtrak, did you have any experience dispatching other passenger lines on Norfolk lines?
We did have a section in Philly where we ran across SEPTA.
I want to ask you a couple questions about recording delays. Are you familiar with that term?
Yes, I am.
And can you explain to the board what a recording delay is in relationship to being a dispatcher?
Sure. As a dispatcher, it's one of the responsibilities of the position is to record in the dispatch database any delay to any train that occurs along the line. I also was an assistant chief dispatcher, which is a behind the scenes dispatching duty. And part of that job was to reconcile the data inputs for delays that the dispatchers input into the system and make sure that all of the information was correct, where the delay occurred, how long it occurred, and why it occurred.
I think you mentioned, you gave an example of one type of recording delay. Are there any other examples that would register as a recording delay?
Can you ask the question again?
Sure, I'll ask you directly. If there's a foreign train delay, is that listed as a recording
Like types
delay?
of delays. So trains are delayed for various reasons. You could have a mechanical delay, like a engine failure, so we have to document that. You could have delays from meet pass moves, train meet train. You could have delays where the yard can't handle the train. You can have delays where we're interchanging to foreign lines, delays where we're holding to make sure Amtrak has a path through to avoid delays to them.
Do you believe that your experience as a dispatcher gives you kind of a better understanding of delays across a corridor such as the Gulf Coast?
Sure. So, I mean, as a dispatcher, you're watching a small section of territory, and you are firsthand dealing with the delays, how to, readjust how you're going to dispatch in order to mitigate how that delay has impacted your line. And as a chief dispatcher, you're looking at the entire division. So you see delay that may happen at one point on a corridor affect something that happens further on down the corridor.
So after 11 years as a dispatcher, what did you do next at Norfolk Southern?
I was promoted into management, and I started with the industrial engineering group.
And is that the time you got involved in RTC modeling?
That's correct.
And how did Norfolk Southern train you or teach you, or how did you become familiar with RTC modeling?
Most of my RTC modeling training was hands-on. I was shown how to pull the data, how to analyze the data, what inputs are necessary for a train file, how to collect inputs that may not show up in the data pulled from the databases. I was shown how to build the network. Once I was comfortable with that, I was given a pretty large scale RTC network to work with, large scale in term of size. I had to update a network from Pittsburgh to Chicago and build the train file for that network, which was roughly 2,000 trains. We then ran the network, and I pulled the data, excuse me, I pulled the data out of the output and analyzed it and produced a report.
As part of your training, so to speak, did Norfolk Southern send you to any RTC conferences?
I did attend one RTC conference to give me a better idea and understanding of the capabilities of RTC.
Approximately how long did your on-the-job training last for RTC modeling?
Just under a year. I believe I got my first, I'm not going to say solo, but it was my first RTC project in about August of 2016.
What exactly does Norfolk Southern use RTC modeling for?
We use it for several things. We evaluate growth on a line to ensure that we have the appropriate infrastructure in place to support that growth. We can use it to test the impacts of operational changes, such as changing a fueling location from one point to another. And we use it to support passenger policy and evaluate the impact of additional passenger service on our lines.
Can you give the board kind of a high-level description of the RTC process used at Norfolk Southern?
Sure. From a high level, once we have identified an area of concern that we're going to study, the first thing we'll do is either build the network or update an existing network. After that has started, we pull in internal stakeholders to help us get the data that we need, such as growth forecasts or potential infrastructure that we already have planned in place so that we can get that built into the model. Then I do my research. We'll pull the data. We'll start some of the analyzing of that data. I'll sit with dispatch. I'll ask questions of dispatch. I may watch dispatch playback if the dispatchers are unavailable, which is basically a stored database of real-time dispatching. I can go back 7 days and watch 7 days worth of actual dispatching. Once I get all of my research done, we'll reach out to the field and make sure that what I'm seeing in the data and what I've seen on the dispatch database doesn't miss anything. Then we'll build the .train file, input it into the model and run it. If the model runs, then I will take a first look at the model, make sure the trains are moving as I believe they should be moving. We'll then do a peer review. I will hand over the model to another NS RTC modeler who will look at it and give me feedback on things that may look out of place or incorrect, and we'll make those updates. Then we take the model and we take it to the field and we play the model for the field. They'll watch the animation. We'll discuss all of the inputs that have been put into the model. We'll get their feedback, see if there's anything that we've missed. If there is, then we will update the model again. Once we've incorporated everybody's inputs, we run the base case. We then follow a similar process for each subsequent case that may need to be run, such as a future case where we layer on our future train starts, and then again with the infrastructure.
So as part of the process of RTC modeling that you've been involved in at Norfolk Southern, is there some type of validation process involved with respect to the model that's been run?
Yes, that's pretty much the process that we just discussed. There's a lot of validation that goes in behind getting from start to run the base case.
So you've heard the term clean team in this hearing, correct?
That's correct.
And I realize there's different people involved internally at Norfolk, and we're in the clean team here. Is that an analogous process to the clean team?
Yes, it was a large scale peer review of the inputs and assumptions into this model.
How many, excuse me, employees at Norfolk Southern do RTC modeling?
I believe right now we have 5 that are capable of doing RTC modeling.
And you specifically, can you give the board an estimate as to how many RTC models that you've been involved in?
Yes, and varying degrees of complexity, 15 to 20 maybe.
Okay. And we're not going to go through all those projects, but can you describe to the board a couple recent projects that you've been involved in that involve passenger service on Norfolk lines?
Yes, I have been involved in 2 studies recently that involved adding new or expanding Amtrak service on our lines.
Can you briefly describe those projects?
Sure. In 2019, I was asked to analyze the impact of new and expanded Amtrak service on Norfolk Southern's operations between Manassas and Roanoke and define the infrastructure necessary to mitigate that impact. And in 2020, I was asked to analyze the impact of expanded and modified Amtrak service on Norfolk Southern's operations between Harrisburg, Pennsylvania and Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and the infrastructure that would be necessary to mitigate that impact.
And both those projects involved that process that you earlier described.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. Did both of those projects require infrastructure?
Yes, infrastructure was recommended for both of them.
Let's talk about the Gulf Coast project for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Let's turn our attention to that. When did you first get involved?
Early 2020.
And what did you see your role as in part of the initial Gulf Coast project that you got involved in?
My responsibility was to supply the inputs necessary to develop the Norfolk Southern piece of the model.
So just so we have our time frame set, we're talking about that original HDR model. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. When you got involved, you were aware of the various data sharing agreements?
I was aware of them, yes.
Can you explain to the board about the range, the data range that was involved initially in the HDR project?
In regards to the time range?
The months that you looked at to obtain your data?
Oh, yeah. So originally, Amtrak requested that we provide data for, I believe, October, November, December of 2019. We ended up providing September, October, November, so that we didn't include December, which is a peak month for us.
And why wouldn't you want to include December as a peak month?
It's not representative of normal operations.
Would that be typical in other modeling projects you've done for Norfolk Southern to avoid peak months?
That's correct.
What was the data that you compiled and supplied to the HDR modelers?
We provided a network file, track charts, timetables, GIS polylines. I provided historical train data, which included on network times, crew on duty times, historical train consists. I provided a detailed description of my narratives, which is basically my field notes. And I provided, as a follow-up request from HDR, I provided a week's worth of foreign train movements across our line.
Again, is that typical, the data sources that you provided to HDR? Is that typical of the data that you've used in other Norfolk modeling projects?
Yes, that would be the data I would use.
What was the reason for providing in the HDR model or any model foreign train movement data?
Well, in this case, they had the historical train movements, but HDR had some questions about the movements across the network. Based on my field observations, I had noted that there were some significant delays across the network. They wanted to validate how the model was running. I had taken notes that included a week's worth of the actual movement, where the trains, when the trains came on, where they stopped, how long they stopped, so that HDR could, well, and then I compiled them for HDR when they asked for the additional information so that they could validate the model.
Let's spend a minute or two on the field notes, okay?
Okay.
So that, if I understand your testimony, you personally go down there and take some notes, observing the operations and talking to various people. Is that fair?
I didn't travel there.
Okay.
I did sit in the and watch the dispatch playback. So I watched, 24 hours a day, 7 days, or I watched 6 days of dispatch data. So I watched the actual movements of the trains as they moved across the network. I did speak to dispatch personnel to get an idea of what I was seeing on the screen, if that was typical. And then I also contacted field personnel in New Orleans and discussed their operations with them.
Okay, so you didn't travel down there, but you spoke to dispatchers and field personnel along that line?
That's correct.
Okay. And you also mentioned, I think, narratives. So what are you referring to when you said narratives?
So from my research, watching the dispatch playback, talking to the dispatchers, talking to the field personnel, I compiled a document that detailed exactly how the trains should move once they were on the network.
So when you were compiling this data, did you take notes? If you remember.
I don't recall. There probably are some clarifying notes, emails, perhaps back and forth between me and the field, but regardless, the data was documented in that document.
I'm sorry, I interrupted.
That's okay.
And what was done with the narratives once you completed the narratives?
They were given to HDR as part of the data set.
So if I heard the testimony correctly, CSX created a train file and gave it to HDR, but you did not do that?
No, I did not. We did not have an existing train file.
Okay. So the data you collected, you just gave that directly to HDR, is that right?
That's correct. Had I built the train file, they would have received the dot train file and they probably would not have received my notes.
And I assume you're aware of some of the criticisms from Amtrak. Just generally, how do you respond to that?
I think most of their criticisms are completely inaccurate. This model reflects actual operations as they existed in 2019.
Let me ask you this. So let's drop the HDR model for a second, okay?
Okay.
And I'm just going to call it the Dingler model.
Okay.
Was that same information that you gave the HDR, was that also given to Mr. Dingler?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to briefly go through two documents that were admitted earlier with Ms. Ross' testimony. Specifically, it's Exhibit 41B, and I really just want to pay attention to the Norfolk Southern aspect of that, as CSX only talked about their aspect. So with your permission, can we put up Exhibit 41B?
Go ahead.
Now, the board has seen this already, and Ms. Ross discussed certain aspects of the so-called waterfall. I want to ask you about the one thing she wasn't, and I wouldn't expect her to address, the minus 140, and this is a so-called phantom cars or phantom movements referred to by Amtrak's experts. Can you describe what that 140 is?
Sure. That 140 is the yard and local trains out of Oliver Yard in New Orleans. We have 3 local trains that move, and we have, based on my observations and input from the field, we modeled 7 yard moves per day. So that's the 3 locals, the 7 yard moves, 10 moves a day times 14 days is your 140 trains.
To the board, before I move on, are there any questions on this exhibit?
None.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't want to have to bounce back and forth if we could avoid it.
Appreciate it.
And next, I would like to introduce again what's already been admitted, CSX NS Joint Exhibit 150. May I show this to the witness?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you. So again, the board's seen this and we'll get through it quickly, but I really just want to focus on the Norfolk Southern aspect of this, okay? So can you explain to the board what this first slide is, for lack of a better term?
Sure. It's the categories of trains that fit into the 582 from the waterfall chart.
And if we could go to the next slide, which I believe is a so-called merchandise slide. And again, this hasn't been described to the board previously. As you can see, the CSX is a 0. What does the 14 represent there with respect to merchandise?
So NS has a southbound train that comes into New Orleans, and when they arrive at New Orleans, they break into 2 pieces. The head end moves across and interchanges to our interchange partners at Eastbridge Junction, and the rear end stays on our main line. A set of power will come out of the yard, pick up the rear end, and take it across to interchange to our interchange partners at Eastbridge Junction. This is the rear.
Is the type of data that we're seeing in these slides, is that data that can only be obtained by doing, field interviews or calling people or finding out what's actually going on the line?
You may see these movements in the data. Terminal data is very incomplete and inconsistent. And this is New Orleans is a terminal. That's all it is. It's a terminal.
If we can go to the next slide, please. And this one's titled block of cars and we see NS 38. Can you briefly explain what that is with respect to Norfolk?
Yes, so we have, it says 4 trains, and I can explain why it's 4 on this slide, but it's 3 NS trains that drop blocks of cars while doing work in the yard. 2 of those trains run every day. So it's 14 for each of those. That gets you 28. And then one of those runs 5 times a week. And the reason it's 4 on here is because that one that runs 5 days a week has 2 different moves that it makes. So it's split into 2 different built trains in the model.
Okay, if we could go to the next slide, which is titled light engine, and you see on there NS 30, what does that represent?
So we have, again, interchange trains that come into New Orleans with interchange, with our interchange partners power on them. So we have to take the power off, put NS power on in order to move the train out. So I've got 2 of those that run every day. That gives you 28. And then I've got 1 that runs once a week.
And lastly, the yard slide.
So this is actually power that spins. It comes in facing one way, and we've got to basically do a 3-point turn with that engine to turn it around to position it to take the outbound train out. And that happens twice a day.
Okay, thank you. Board, again, I'll stop now. And I know I went through it pretty quickly, but you've seen it. But if there's any questions, I'll pause here.
None here.
Questions from the board? All right, now proceed.
Thank you. So these slides, the data on this slide, these were provided in the narratives?
That's correct.
Okay. A question about the HDR model, and I'm sorry to go back because we were actually talking about the Dingler model, but how close, based on your experience, was that to being completed before, for lack of a better term, Amtrak did not renew the contract?
I would say it was probably within maybe 6 weeks to 2 months.
To your knowledge, at any time, has Amtrak been provided with the data, the Norfolk Southern data that was used in the HDR and HNTB, the Dingler RTC model? To your knowledge, has Amtrak ever had access to that? If you know, if it was produced in Discovery, if you know.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that I don't know that they necessarily would have had access to it in the HDR model, their modeler would have, but yes, we did produce them in Discovery.
Okay, that's my question. Was it produced in Discovery to your knowledge?
Yes, as far as I can recall, the data that I provided to HDR and HNTB was also provided in Discovery.
One other clarifying point, that the Dingler model was based on 2019 traffic data, not like 2020 traffic data. Why was that?
Well, for 2 reasons. First, we were trying to replicate the HDR model as close as possible. Second, if we had used 2020 traffic data, it wouldn't have been representative of normal operations because of the pandemic.
A couple questions of the clean team, and I know I asked this, but you were a member of the clean team, correct?
I was.
And I know I heard some of the board's questions earlier. How many, and I'm going to start with, how many conversations during the clean team process did you have with, let's just say, Mr. Guthrie and Mr. Banks, just you and them?
Just me and them? I don't believe that I had any conversations with just me and them. They were all through the clean team.
When they had the clean team meetings or calls, were they mostly part of those calls or meetings?
Yes, I believe they were involved in every clean team meeting.
And can you estimate how many times those meetings or calls occurred over the length of this process?
They were weekly for, I want to say, a couple of months, so probably 15 meetings.
Just an estimate.
Yeah, I mean, that's as close as I can estimate that.
So CSX provided data,
Correct.
NS provided data. Did their data differ in any manner?
Sure. Well, I mean, CSX provided a .train file. I provided data inputs for the train file.
From my review, I saw something about track patrol.
Oh, yeah. So during the clean team, we kind of discussed some of the inputs and assumptions into the model. It was basically a large validation of the model or verification that the model represented reality. In essence, CSX, we had slightly different inputs for our track patrol. So we discussed, you know, how do we put them into the model so that they accurately represent actual operations. We tested a couple of different scenarios. We ultimately decided not to include track patrol in the model because we could not get the track patrol to accurately represent actual operations.
Okay. Let me ask you a broad question. Was the process used in the Dingler RTC similar to the modeling you've been involved in 15 or 20 times at Norfolk Southern?
Yes, aside from having CSX involved and having a consultant involved, it was pretty much the same process.
And finally, Holly, in your position as manager of strategic capacity for Norfolk Southern, and based on your experience in modeling, your experience in dispatching, what would the future hold for you if Amtrak's position is adopted here?
For the NS,
Do you mean for her personally or for the railroad?
I'm sorry, in her job as strategic capacity. Yes.
so the back belt in New Orleans is a very large interchange area for us. It's already congested. There's a lot of movements. Adding Amtrak without the infrastructure to support it is going to severely impact our interchange partners. We are going to have to hold their traffic off of our network in order for us to run Amtrak, causing them significant delays, and that's going to cascade back down and impact our customers.
And I think there's already been testimony that Norfolk holds a window open currently, or Norfolk holds a window open currently
That's
for
correct.
Amtrak service, correct?
That's correct.
I have no further questions.
All right. I think, Rob, you said you had questions for this witness.
Yes, sir, I do. May I proceed with those?
Proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Cannon, am I correct in understanding from your testimony here today that you have, and from your verified statement testimony, that you have past experience with dispatching trains over railroad lines over which both freight trains and Amtrak trains operate?
Yes, that's correct. I was a dispatcher for 11 years.
Okay, and beyond the testimony you've given in your verified statement, and beyond the testimony you've previously given on direct, is there anything else about the scope of your dispatching experience involving lines over which Amtrak operated regularly scheduled trains that you would like to add to your testimony now?
Well, Rob, related to this case, I mean, that's about as open-ended a question that I've ever heard. Amtrak didn't object, but I find it problematical.
Withdrawn. I'm going to read from you, Mr. Cannon, and I can bring up on the screen if you'd like, some passages from the past written verified statements of Robert M. Golden, which was offered in the written testimony phase of this proceeding. Would you like me to bring those passages up on the screen, or shall I just read them to you?
Rob, if it's not problematic, could you bring it up on the screen, please?
Of course. Yes, I can do
Is
that.
this is a verified statement filed in this case?
Yes, it is. It's specifically, I'm going to be reading from two different passages. The first passage comes from the reply verified statement of Robert M. Golden, which is Joint Exhibit 33A, and I will be presenting pages 2 and 3 of that particular verified statement. And then also, after I read from those passages or introduce those, then there will be some selected passages from the rebuttal verified statement of Robert M. Golden, Joint Exhibit 43, verified statement of Robert M. Golden, pages 4 and 5. Let me bring up the, let me get to the share file here if I can do that. I'm having some issue here with this. Here we go. Going to start with a passage. Can you see this a passage on the screen here that begins with the phrase "as such"?
Yes, I can see it.
Okay. The passage reads, and it starts with the words "as such." CSX and NSR appear to assume swifter Amtrak train transit and far less consumption of track capacity than is realistic in the congested Mobile terminal. Further, their traffic modeling does not appear to account for the staging of trains clear of the main line, which would be necessary to clear the interlocking of opposing freight train movements before the transits could be made, and does not account for potential delays at the passenger station. Skip the id citation there. Based on my experience supervising railroad operations at CSXT and TASD, I think a more likely scenario for the effects of Amtrak trains on freight operations in Mobile would be as follows. CSXT would need to start staging trains for Amtrak each day between 0500 and 0630 southbound at Mobile, while northbound trains would be staged along their line halfway to New Orleans. CSXT would allow trains that could make their meets starting as the first southbound trains around 0630, running until around 0930. This means there would be 3 hours in the morning for meets and passes between Amtrak and freight trains. CSXT would then start staging trains again between 0930 and 1100 for arrival of the first northbound Amtrak train into Mobile. Running time for freight traffic free of opposing Amtrak trains would then run from around 1100 to 1500 each day for a window of 4 hours. In the afternoon, the situation would repeat itself with a second set of Amtrak trains. CSXT would start staging trains again between 1500 and 1630 for the second southbound Amtrak train to New Orleans. CSX would allow southbounds and northbounds to make meets to do so beginning around 1630, running until about 1930, with 3 hours to make meets and passes between Amtrak and freight trains. Staging would begin in the evening around 1930 to 2100 for the second northbound Amtrak train. This would leave a window free of opposing Amtrak trains between 2100 and 0500 of 8 hours. I'm going to pull up now selected passage from Mr. Golden's rebuttal verified statement. Can you see a passage on the screen, Ms. Cannon, which begins with the phrase Amtrak further criticizes?
What page are you on? What page are you on?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me repeat that again. This is from the rebuttal verified statement of Robert M. Golden. This was tendered on December 23rd, 2021. This is Joint Exhibit 43, Robert M. Golden's rebuttal verified statement, pages 4 and 5.
Mr. Chairman, Jesse Amundson for Amtrak. I'm going to object to this line of questioning. There's no foundation that the witness has any familiarity with operations in Mobile, and Mr. Counsel for the Port appears to be just reading his own witnesses testimony into the record, which he will have ample opportunity to do when his witnesses appear.
Well, there's no question been asked yet, other than that he's reading. Rob, where are you going with this?
Well, Mr. Chairman, where I'm going with this is I am asking Mrs. Cannon about her experience as a dispatcher and her general experiences with dispatching as they could, in her opinion, relate to operations in Mobile. I am not necessarily asking about her specific experience with Mobile itself, but with respect to dispatching preferences when it comes to managing freight trains and passenger trains on the same lines.
Well, is it your intent to ask her to comment on what Mr. Golden has said?
Yes, I'm asking her on her opinion about whether or not Mr. Golden's assessments of the impacts on Mobile as relate to dispatching experience in the real world are carried out in her opinion or not.
Well, why don't you lay a foundation first as to whether she has any basis to offer such an opinion, rather than just showing this to her and say yes or no. I think the objection is well taken unless you lay some kind of foundation.
Are you familiar with dispatching railroad operations?
I am.
Are you familiar with dispatching or railroad operations in Mobile at all?
Not in Mobile.
Are you familiar with Amtrak operations?
Can you ask that?
Are you familiar with dispatching? Are you familiar with dispatching trains in territories that involve regularly scheduled Amtrak operations?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how dispatchers on freight railroads accommodate Amtrak passenger train operations?
Mr. Chairman, I'm Jesse Johnson for Amtrak again. I'm going to object. This witness is offered as NS's witness about the RTC modeling, not as a dispatcher.
Well, I think this goes into her qualifications. I'll let him ask these foundational questions. I'm still not sure where this is going. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. If you'd like me to proceed, you can certainly determine whether or not this line of questioning is appropriate once I get to the question here. And I will try to be as brief as I can be. So I was reading again, Ms. Cannon, from the little verified statement of Robert Golden, Joint Exhibit 43, pages 4 and 5. I asked you if you could see on your screen the passage beginning Amtrak further criticizes. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. Amtrak further criticizes.
Rob, she said she's not familiar with dispatching in Mobile. So how are you going to get her to offer an opinion about what Golden says is dispatching in Mobile? She's not familiar with it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, Mr.?
I'm having trouble understanding you. This witness just said she is not familiar with dispatching in Mobile. Now you're asking her to opine on somebody else's opinion about dispatching in Mobile, which she's just said she's not familiar with. So if that's the question, then I would sustain the objection.
I'm not asking her specifically about dispatching in Mobile so much as I'm asking whether or not the assumptions about how dispatchers in any situation would accommodate an Amtrak train, whether or not the assumptions of my witness are consistent with her experience with her dispatching of Amtrak trains, whether in Mobile or in any other place. In other words, my questions do not deal with Mobile specifically, although they are oriented in that direction. What I'm asking about are questions about whether or not dispatchers would accommodate Amtrak trains in certain ways, regardless of the location.
Well, I think the objection is well taken. This witness is not being offered as an expert on dispatching. It's part of her background. She offered no opinions about dispatching in this case. So this is well beyond the scope of the direct examination. And now you're asking her to validate some other witness on another subject. I think it's inappropriate, and I'm going to sustain the objection.
Mr. Chairman, you know, the witness did talk about how dispatchers do handle train operations and other on Norfolk Southern lines. I do think that she has experience to address just how dispatching handles Amtrak trains, and she has indicated in her testimony that she does have experience as a dispatcher over lines over which Amtrak operates. The rest of my
Marty,
questioning is
Marty? Would
Yes.
it be possible to see to hear about what contract Rob is attempting to establish and then make a determination as to whether or not it was appropriate?
Well, I think he said what he did, but you can,
I'm gonna say, Marty,
Rob, ask a question. This witness was not offered on direct to talk about dispatching on this line. She only gave their dispatching testimony by way of her own background. She's offered for her role in the RTC modeling here. So if you have questions about that, that would be appropriate.
She does have extensive expertise in dispatching, and if there is an inconsistency with dispatching that's documented compared to how she does dispatching elsewhere, I'd at least like to hear if that's what Rob is probing. I'd like to at least hear that, and then maybe make a determination. And if the comparison is inapt, then we could make the decision at that time. I just want to at least hear where he's going.
I think the objection, at your request, Patrick, I'll allow the question to proceed. But the objection is not whether she might have some knowledge about this subject, but whether it has anything to do with her testimony in this case. But Rob, why don't you proceed at least for the moment, and we'll see where this is going.
Ms. Buchanan, in your experience as a dispatcher, do you find that Amtrak operations require significant track time to accommodate relative to freight transportation?
So I think what you're asking, based on what I've read here, is what we consider an Amtrak window. So Amtrak may take 10 minutes to run over my territory, but my freight impact is not limited to that 10 minutes. My freight impact is probably 45 minutes or more in advance of Amtrak. We start holding trains in order to clear a path to ensure that Amtrak, due to their preference, will not meet delays along the route.
Thank you. So where Amtrak has posited on the record here that its operations over a given line segment will only occupy 45 minutes of track time, is it the case that dispatchers, for example, would allow for a freight train, for example, on 15-minute headways? You may have seen, for example, that Amtrak is positing 15-minute headways between a freight train and an Amtrak train. Would dispatchers allow for those 15-minute headways in your experience?
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to renew my objection that this witness was not offered for purposes of dispatching. Counsel even prefaced his questions by saying, beyond the scope of your direct testimony and beyond the scope of the verified statements that you've offered in this case, do you want to offer opinions on this? I think this is well beyond what this witness has been offered for.
That is my view, and I think the objection is appropriate. Patrick, unless you really want to hear this.
Well, I know Rob has already responded. Does Rob want to respond to that?
No, like I said, I've already started with the proposition that Ms. Buchanan has been offered in part because of her dispatching experience. That was discussed at some length in her opening. That was discussed. Obviously, she has experience with respect to handling Amtrak operations. That has been factored into Norfolk Southern and CSX's assessment of how and under what circumstances they would handle Amtrak trains. I am asking about this, obviously, in connection with her experience with that, and whether or not her experiences are consistent with the experiences of our witness, who also has experience with dispatching Amtrak trains over freight lines.
But your witness is not being offered as an RTC modeler. It's for a different subject. And this is just beyond the scope of her direct testimony. I just don't think it's appropriate.
Do the rest of the board members concur with that?
I would only note, Marty, that I hear where you're coming from, and to me, there were a number of witnesses that were asked questions that drew upon their broader expertise, and particularly board member questions that drew upon witnesses' broader expertise that could be argued went beyond the scope of their direct testimony. And I'm sort of grappling with that difference and whether or not it makes a difference as to whether or not it was board member questions are allowed to do that and Mr. Wimbish's aren't. I think if we were to do a careful examination. Yeah, sorry, Marty. So I'm
sorry, go ahead.
That would influence how I view the your ruling.
Well, the difference here is that there was no objection before, but here Amtrak has made an objection. And so, you know, people can waive the scope questions anytime they want, but an objection's been made and the board needs to rule on it. In my view, the objection is well taken.
I know, but
if Patrick, if you really want to hear the answers, then I'll defer.
All right, I do. Thank you, Marty. I do want to hear the answer, and maybe I'd like to. Yes, I do want to hear the answer and maybe reflect on the answer. And you know, if there's a way to revisit Amtrak's objection at a later time, or if I have that opportunity, is that something that's permissible after hearing the answer? Or is that...
Hey, Marty.
We could reserve. We could let the testimony end, reserve ruling, and then entertain a motion to strike it at a future date.
I'd appreciate that.
All right, Robert.
Yeah, for the record, you know, I think the objection should be upheld. I think that it was used for background in our previous, and I don't see. I agree with you in terms of how she's being questioned now.
Well, I appreciate it. You know, in my attempt to honor every board member's effort to be informed, we're somewhere in a dispute between what's legally required as an evidentiary ruling and an interest and a sincere interest in getting some more information. So on that scale, I'm going to defer to Patrick's question, and then we'll reserve whether we want to.
And likewise, Marty, I will consider the information that you provided, and after this, and if I'm, you know, and then revisit it later if necessary.
Go ahead.
Chairman, in the interest of moving things along, let's hear what her answer is. But I can't imagine that she's got an answer that is relevant to dispatching in Mobile. She doesn't know the facts on the ground in Mobile.
Well, that was the reason, one of the reasons for my suggested ruling. Does anybody remember the question that's pending, or should we ask the reporter to read it back?
I think it should be read back.
Yeah, please, Ms. Reporter, if you're still with us, can you read back the pending question?
Yes, one moment. Question. So where Amtrak has posited on the record here that its operations over a given line segment will only occupy 45 minutes of track time, is it the case that dispatchers, for example, would allow for a freight train, for example, on 15-minute headway? You may have seen, for example, that Amtrak is positing 15-minute headways between a freight train and an Amtrak train. Would dispatchers allow for those 15-minute headways in your experience?
Can you answer that question, Ms. Sincannon?
I heard it. So when we dispatch with Amtrak, like I said, we have an Amtrak window where we will typically start to clear our traffic ahead of Amtrak coming out. This means that, say, Amtrak is 30 minutes from a crossover move of one of my trains, a freight train. And it's going to take that freight train 15 minutes to make that move ahead of Amtrak. We would not make that move because there's too much risk that they will get into the way of the Amtrak train. So we will hold our train until Amtrak goes by, even if the move that they make would in theory be done before Amtrak arrives. I think that answers the question.
Ms. Sincan, let me just see if I can clarify here. Are you saying that you can't really answer a 15-minute question in a vacuum for all places in the country? It depends on the facts on the ground, whether that's appropriate or not.
I would agree with that. Based on my experience, I have dispatched a terminal where Amtrak ran through. I have not dispatched Mobile terminal.
All right. Anything further, Rob?
No, sir. No further.
Okay. Jesse, your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sincanon, in your verified statement, do you have a copy of your verified statement there with you? And Mr. Wimbish, could you please take down the screen sharing?
I'll give her a copy of her verified statement.
So for the record, the verified statement is Joint Exhibit 23H. And I'm looking at page 2 of your statement where you're discussing your experience and qualifications. And you say that you regularly perform RTC modeling to identify and recommend infrastructure and process solutions for the NS network, correct? I apologize. This is not the right highlight. But okay, do you see that? If we can take this down. And
Yes.
and do you see where you say you also use RTC to evaluate the impacts of operational change?
Yes,
And you were a part of the 2020 RTC study between Amtrak, NS, and CSX, correct?
that's correct.
But that RTC study was specifically designed not to evaluate the impact of NS operational change, correct?
I believe that was in the agreement.
In fact, that was one of NS's goals in the 2020 RTC study, to refuse to permit any modeling that would consider modifying NS operations instead of having Amtrak build infrastructure, correct?
Again, I believe that was in the agreement.
And that was one of NS's goals in reaching that agreement.
Again, it was in the agreement.
And it was one of NS's goals in reaching the agreement.
It was in the agreement.
And my question is whether it was one of NS's goals in reaching the agreement.
I'm not part of the agreement making process.
Were you able to listen to Mr. Hunt's testimony on Wednesday?
Yes,
And did you have an opportunity to review Amtrak Exhibit 7, which I reviewed with Mr. Hunt on Wednesday?
I was in the room while it was up.
Okay. And that is a confidential exhibit. NS has marked that a confidential exhibit. And so I believe we'll need to go into a confidential session to discuss that.
And is this, will we go in there and not have to go back and forth, Jesse?
We will need to come back, Mr. Chair, but I would like to establish a few things based on confidential documents first.
All right, you want to go there now then?
And I would, Mr. Chair, I would also note that I know that I know we've started the cross-examination. I also know that some parties have expressed an interest in being out of here by 5 o'clock. I think it's unlikely that I will be finished with my cross-examination by 5 o'clock, just so you're aware.
What is your estimation of what total amount of time you have?
I would say 45 minutes or so.
All right, plus board questions and redirect. So I think the question of whether Ms. Sincan is going to have to come back. It sounds like she may have to, but why don't we proceed and do the best we can? So Matt, you want to take us into the breakout room?
Yep, here we go.
All right, we are back in public session. For the public's enlightenment, we were again having questions about documents which have been marked confidential and will remain confidential, this part of the testimony. With that, it appears that there is a meaningful amount of additional time for questioning of Ms. Sincannon. We had planned a hard stop at 5. It's now 5:13. So unless anyone wants to comment further on the scheduling, I'm going to rule that we will recess until 9:30 a.m. Eastern on Tuesday, April 12th.
Chairman, one comment.
Yes.
We will have no contact, any legal contact with our witness over the interim, just to make it clear.
Well, I appreciate your saying that. That avoids the necessity of my making the request. So thank you, Mr.
Marty?
And you understand, Ms. Sincannon, that you should discuss your testimony or whatever else the questions may be with anybody actually between now and Tuesday when you resume the stand.
I understand.
All right, thank you. Patrick?
There was a kind of a pending idea, I suppose, from the port about convening a bit earlier, starting at 9 and over the 4 days. That gives us an extra 2 hours. Have we made a determination on whether or not we'll do 9:30 formally, or do we want to withhold that determination and just say we'll start on Tuesday and then fill people in later on the start time, or is that definitively ruled out?
I don't think we've made a decision, but it's late in the day and it may affect other people's schedules. Why don't we plan on 9:30 Tuesday, and then between now and then we'll discuss earlier starting times
On the other days?
for the remaining days.
That's fair. Thanks.
No, I'm glad you raised it because I had forgotten about it. All right, unless there's any other comments, we will recess until 9:30 on Tuesday. Thank you all. Thanks for your patience. Have a good weekend. I hope everybody makes their planes.
Thank you.